Bram and I were big believers in what is cryptocurrency and blockchains. But if you fast forward into the future, what the kind of development ramp we were on, you were looking at a tremendous consumption of electricity and a tremendous e-waste problem. So Bram literally invented new math here in multiple places to figure out how to build a consensus mechanism that was as or more secure than proof of work. We applaud people moving from proof of stake. We think that's certainly better than proof of work, but we don't think proof of stake has the same level of security that proof of work has. And so we didn't want to have that Gordian knot hold things back. Proof of space and time, the idea is let's use this massively over allocated resource that it turns out there's even better resource allocation components I'll come back to use your unused space to be the thing you use to prove your work effectively. That's led to a consensus mechanism that is as secure as Bitcoin at 800 times less power annually used. That's going to get better too. One of the things we like about the storage market is we're slowly transitioning from hard drives, where you spend some electricity spinning those disks, to solid state drives, like the ones you have in your laptop. It's only a few years out, and we're talking about that 800 times maybe being 8,000 or 80,000 times more efficient. So unlike an ASIC or a GPU, you're looking forward to a world where it's only going to get greener. Now, that also led to a partnership with Bill McDonough and Seagate and Western Digital, because it turns out that hyperscale data centers like Microsoft and others have been shredding drives at year 4. So a tremendous amount of storage has been going to landfills, and in partnership.
Whoa, Gene, don't hit him with too much. What is up, guys? Once again, it's your boy, Jim Rat. Excuse me. I'm live here from Washington, D.C., and we will be live streaming the SEC. Let me know how my audio is, please. Somebody. Let me know. We will be streaming the SEC. I'll click you over, don't worry. Boom. Crypto Task Force Roundtable. Let's talk about it. So for anyone that, some people only care about green candles. All right, thank you. Some people only think about green candles, and then some people think everyone likes green candles, right? Does it really sound like I'm using a laptop microphone? Hold on. I don't know. I'm sorry. I hope it's not bad. I'm sorry if that was wrecked. I'll double check the settings. Give me 1 second. No, it's going through my mic. Crypto Task Force Roundtable, tokenization. Trump's in office. Crypto's booming. What's going to happen? Nuclear winter, recession. We're probably due for a recession. Everyone thinks Bitcoin. I don't know, man. I don't really know, but this is where we're hashing it out. With Gene at the front lines. Okay? Gene Hoffman, for many of you who don't know, I mean, I know that guys that on Twitter know, but if anyone else is watching or watching on the replay, just know Gene is a freedom fighting, mission focused laser beam. And I've been a fan of his for a couple years now, and I've been a fan of Chia for a couple years now, and I'm not Mr. Tech Bro about Chia. Oh my God, I cannot believe that was in my face. I am not a tech bro about Chia. I have Chia 400 units purchased at $11. I published that, and that's probably all I'm going to have, if I'm being honest. That was kind of a big buy for me. Whatever it was like $11. But now I think it's 14. So, just kidding. That's sick. Great. Awesome. Whatever. But we're here because we believe in the future of Chia. Or, I'm just taking bets here. I'm just the rat. I'm just taking bets here. But long-term vision, I see a couple things potentially being around. And Ethereum's obviously going to be in the conversation just because some things just... But if it comes down to it, we're merging either way. The crypto and the finance is merging. Let's figure out how. Gene's right in the middle of it. He's right face in the middle of it, having a good time. And we got a roundtable. Starts in 8 minutes. Tokenization Roundtable will begin at 1 o'clock. Join SEC public webcast. Type following password. All right, so I'm going to have to do that. So just give me a minute. Everybody, let's go ahead and I'm going to play that Gene video one more time just so kind of people know where he's coming from. Chia Network XCH. I'll tell you who to follow on Twitter. If you just want to get involved, I don't suggest spending all your money doing anything. I suggest watching the video and just thinking and having a good time and learning from my peoples. So hold on one sec. First off, sorry, I haven't been streaming as much lately. I'm slow on the keys right now, but we're getting better. First off, we got this live. I did a little what's up? Gene gave me the retweet. Gene's the GOAT. As you can see, thumbnail on point. Chia. I'm on Team Chia. We got the live stream going on right now. I'll drop that down if you want to go ahead and hit the retweet. We're kind of trying to spam the government with this one. We're spamming all their SEC tweets. Obviously, I just tweeted, but Gene's the man. We'll go over to Gene. I'll drop his X link. Let me drop his X link down here real quick. Go ahead and follow Gene. That would be a better path forward as far as direct information. And Bram Cohen, creator of BitTorrent, and others. And we're going to watch the SEC website. So go ahead and follow Gene. He's the GOAT. Gene follows me because I'm the GOAT. We're GOATs for different reasons. And that's all that I got to say about that. Go to my Twitter, retweet stuff, do all your stuff. If you're here and you're actually in the YouTube, I just say hi. Got to say hi. You got to do something. Because YouTube's dying faster than Britney Spears after her top. Whatever happened to Britney. Chia community's fun. Chia community, Sage Wallet. If you are using any of that stuff, Dexy and Sage Wallet, leave everything else alone. In the main Chia client, and it's still kind of hard to deal with. So that means you're early usually. I'm gonna play this video while I get the SEC lined up. Yeah, all the little messages help. Trust me, because I erased all my stuff because I needed a restart. And I don't even have monetization anymore, so they don't push my videos like they used to, which is annoying. So I'm trying to do all the marks. I'm close in like 4 videos to getting back, but I need all the marks, and there's like certain little marks you have to get. So let's play this video one more time. Gene, Chia Network. He's about to be on the live from DC SEC Roundtable, which I am going to get set up behind the scenes right now while we watch this old video of Gene, who's been freedom fighting. This is a 2-year-old video. I have a feeling it's a little older than 2 years, but this is a Zoom meeting of some sort. Get a little taste of Gene. He's the meme king. He's the freedom fighter. I think he's doing the right thing, but I'm just a rat, so I don't know everything. Oh my God, I am such a clown. I am a clown. I am a clown. How is that happening? What is going on with the audio? Oh my gosh, that'll get you guys to type. That's what I need to do more often. Hold on one sec. Reset. Reset. I'm just getting back into it. What can I say? I'll be a pro soon again. I used to be very. Let me know if it works this time, please.
Chia, in many ways, exists because of concerns about ESG. Bram and I were big believers in what is cryptocurrency and blockchains. But if you fast forward into the future, what the kind of development ramp we were on, you were looking at a tremendous consumption of electricity and a tremendous e-waste problem. So Bram literally invented new math here in multiple places to figure out how to build a consensus mechanism that was as or more secure than proof of work. We applaud people moving from proof of stake. We think that's certainly better than proof of work, but we don't think proof of stake has the same level of security that proof of work has. And so we didn't want to have that Gordian knot hold things back. Proof of space and time, the idea is let's use this massively over allocated resource that it turns out there's even better resource allocation components I'll come back to use your unused space to be the thing you use to prove your work effectively. That's led to a consensus mechanism that is as secure as Bitcoin at 800 times less power annually used. That's going to get better too. One of the things we like about the storage market is we're slowly transitioning from hard drives, where you spend some electricity spinning those disks, to solid state drives, like the ones you have in your laptop. It's only a few years out, and we're talking about that 800 times maybe being 8,000 or 80,000 times more efficient. So unlike an ASIC or a GPU, you're looking forward to a world where it's only going to get greener. Now, that also led to a partnership with Bill McDonough and Seagate and Western Digital, because it turns out that hyperscale data centers like Microsoft and others have been shredding drives at year 4. So a tremendous amount of storage has been going to landfills. And in partnership with folks like Microsoft and others, we think we're actually going to be able to not just green the blockchain space, but maybe green up the entire data center business. So we're really excited about having that really massively positive impact on the totality of e-waste and electrical use in cryptocurrencies.
Hi.
All right, this is the webcast. The roundtable will begin. I guess it just goes live on this screen. Would it be fair to say it just goes live on this screen at 1? There were subtitles popping up, but I didn't hear anything. If you guys hear any of the audio, let me know. I need to get this audio squared away first things first. So the second you hear anything, or if you know if it's running, if anyone sees this running without it being up here, just let me know. But I have a feeling it'll start any second now. So we're just going to chill for a sec. I'm going to leave this up. Retweet the stream, go to Twitter, do all the stuff, please. Thank you. Gene's been retweeting me like a G constantly. Love that. Gene, I'm not the smartest rat in the kingdom, but I never stop running, boy. And I am in the Tang Gang. And I am new to the Tang. Old new stock on the Tang Gang because I'm an OG, but I took a year off right after I joined, and then I'm back in the Tang Gang, which has now revolutionized a lot, and we're attaching to Chia and Base, and we're getting involved with more as we become more interoperable with everything. You all know what I'm talking about. The future is coming, whether we like it or not. Time frame unknown. Gene on it. Tang Gang on it. Pulse Chain on it. Everyone on it. Everyone's just pushing. Whatever happens, happens. But this is war. I hope I'm not missing the video. That's all I want to know. So I'm just going to keep clicking around at other stuff. Say hi to me if you're in the chat. I need to know if you're in here. Hex Logic, great to see you. This name with lots of emojis, great to see you. On X, commenting here over on X. I didn't even know you could comment on X yet. I just started with X. We have 238 live in here across all platforms. Mick Ja, great to see you in here. I love seeing new names in here. Anybody that's in here, though, just spam it. I'll talk. Let me talk for a little bit while this gets situated. I don't like when things say they're going to start at 1 and then they trick me and they don't start at 1. And then I get worried that I'm the one making the mistake. Oh, I hear something. I hear something. Uh-oh, I think we're on. We just need video and we're on. Oh, we're on! GG's.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the fourth roundtable in the SEC's spring sprint toward crypto clarity, entitled Tokenization, Moving Assets On-Chain, where TradFi and DeFi meet. As with our custody roundtable a couple of weeks ago, today's roundtable has two separate panels. The first will take on the question of how tokenization can transform our traditional financial markets, and the second will explore issues including operational risk, privacy, and the role of intermediaries in a tokenized financial system. The next step in the evolution of our markets will see equities, bonds, and other assets move on-chain, providing issuers and market participants with increased flexibility in how they access and use these assets. As an Exchange Act lawyer, I find this application of distributed ledger technology particularly exciting. And I'm looking forward to hearing our panelists tackle the many interesting legal and compliance questions we'll need to address to make this next step possible. I'd like to remind everyone that this event is being streamed live and is being covered by multiple media outlets. Accordingly, please be aware that all remarks by Commission officials, participants, and members of our audience will be on the record. In addition, please remember that the participants in today's roundtable speak on their own behalf and that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the Commission, the commissioners, or members of the Commission staff. Before we give the floor to our two panels, we're honored once again to hear remarks from Chairman Atkins and his fellow commissioners. Chairman Atkins will open today's event with a keynote address in which he will set out his thoughts on how the Commission could implement a workable regulatory framework in this space. Following the chairman's remarks, we will hear from Commissioner Crenshaw, Commissioner Ueda, and Commissioner Peirce. Mr. Chairman.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Richard, for opening us up here. And I'm delighted to speak to this distinguished group and to you all in the audience and online. And I really thank you all very much for your taking your own time to devote to this important topic. Look forward to learning a lot from this. So the topic of this afternoon's discussion is timely as securities are increasingly migrating from traditional or off-chain databases to blockchain-based or on-chain ledger systems. This movement of securities from off-chain to on-chain systems is akin to the transition of audio recordings from, I'm maybe one of the only few here in the room who remember this, from analog vinyl records and even older ones that can break, to cassette tapes, and then finally to digital software decades ago. The ability to easily encode audio in a digital file format, which could readily be transferred, modified, and stored, unlocked tremendous innovation within the music industry. Audio was freed from its boundaries as a static, fixed format creation. It suddenly was compatible and interoperable across a wide range of devices and applications. It could be combined, broken apart, and programmed to form entirely new products. This also led to the development of novel hardware devices and streaming content business models, greatly benefiting consumers in the American economy. So just as the shift to digital audio revolutionized the music industry, the migration to on-chain securities has the potential to remodel aspects of the securities market by enabling entirely new methods of issuing, trading, owning, and using securities. For example, on-chain securities can utilize smart contracts to transparently distribute dividends to shareholders on regular cadence. Tokenization can also enhance capital formation by transforming relatively illiquid assets into liquid investment opportunities. Blockchain technology holds the promise to allow for a broad swath of novel use cases for securities, fostering new kinds of market activities that many of the Commission's legacy rules and regulations don't even contemplate today. In order for the United States to be the crypto capital of the planet, as envisioned by President Trump, the Commission must keep pace with innovation and consider whether regulatory changes are needed to accommodate on-chain securities and other types of crypto assets. Rules and regulations designed for off-chain securities may be incompatible with or unnecessary for on-chain assets and actually then stifle the growth of blockchain technology. A key priority of my chairmanship will be to develop a rational regulatory framework for crypto asset markets that establishes clear rules of the road for issuance, custody, and trading of crypto assets while continuing to discourage bad actors from violating the law. Clear rules of the road are necessary for investor protection against fraud, not the least to help them identify scams that do not comport with the law. It is a new day at the SEC. Policymaking will no longer result from ad hoc enforcement actions. Instead, the Commission will utilize its existing rulemaking, interpretative, and exemptive authorities to set fit-for-purpose standards for market participants. The Commission's enforcement approach will return to Congress's original intent, which is to police violations of these established obligations, particularly as they relate to fraud and manipulation. This undertaking requires coordination across multiple offices and divisions within the Commission, which is why I'm pleased that Commissioners Ueda and Peirce have worked together to establish the Crypto Task Force. For too long, the Commission has been plagued by policy-making silos within the Commission. The Crypto Task Force exemplifies how our policy divisions can come together to expeditiously provide long-needed clarity and certainty to the American public. Now, I mentioned 3 areas of focus for crypto asset policy: issuance, custody, and training. So first, with respect to issuance, I intend for the Commission to establish clear and sensible guidelines for distributions of crypto assets that are securities or are subject to an investment contract. Only 4 crypto asset issuers have conducted registered offerings and offerings pursuant to Reg A. Issuers have largely avoided these types of offerings, in part due to challenges in satisfying the associated disclosure requirements. In cases where the issuer does not intend to distribute ordinary securities, such as stock, bonds, or notes, issuers also struggle to determine whether a crypto asset constitutes a security or is subject to an investment contract. In the past few years, the SEC first pursued what I call the head in the sand approach, perhaps hoping that crypto might just go away. Then it pivoted and pursued a shoot first and ask questions later approach of regulation through enforcement. It claimed that it was willing to talk to prospective registrants, just come in and to visit. But this proved ephemeral at best and more misleading, I think, because the SEC made no necessary accommodations to registration forms for the new technology. For example, Form S1 continues to require detailed information regarding executive compensation and the use of proceeds, which may not be relevant or material for investment decisions in crypto assets. While the SEC has previously adapted its forms for offerings of asset-backed securities and by real estate investment trusts, it has not done so far for crypto assets, despite increased investor interest in this space over the last several years. We cannot encourage innovation by trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. I am committed to the Commission's charting a new course. The Commission staff recently issued a staff statement on disclosure obligations for certain registrations and offerings. The staff also clarified the view that certain distributions in crypto assets do not implicate the federal securities laws, and I expect the staff to continue to provide clarifications at my direction with regard to other types of distributions and assets. However, existing registration exemptions and safe harbors may not be entirely fit for purpose for certain types of crypto asset offerings. I view this construct of staff pronouncements as extremely temporary. Commission action is both vital and necessary. In the meantime, I've asked the Commission staff to consider whether additional guidance, registration exemptions, and safe harbors are needed to create pathways for crypto asset issuances within the United States. I believe that the Commission has broad discretion under the Securities Acts to accommodate the crypto industry, and I intend to get it done. Second, with respect to custody, I support providing registrants with greater optionality in determining how to custody crypto assets. Commission staff recently removed a significant impediment for companies seeking to provide crypto asset custodial services by rescinding Staff Accounting Bulletin number 121. That pronouncement was a grave error. The staff had no place to act so broadly in place of Commission action and without notice and comment rulemaking. The action created needless confusion and went far beyond the jurisdiction of the SEC in its outward workings and effects. However, the SEC can do much more to enhance competition in the market for legally compliant custodial services than merely by getting rid of SAB 121. It's important to provide clarity on the types of custodians that qualify as a qualified custodian under the Advisors Act and the Investment Company Act, as well as reasonable exemptions from the qualified custody requirements to accommodate certain common practices within the crypto asset markets. Many advisors and funds have access to self-custodial solutions that incorporate more advanced technology to safeguard crypto assets as compared to some of the custodians in the marketplace today. Consequently, the custody rules may need to be updated to allow advisors and funds to engage in self-custody under certain circumstances. Additionally, it may be necessary to repeal and replace the special purpose broker-dealer framework with a more rational regime. Only 2 special purpose broker-dealers are in operation today due to the clearly significant limitations that are imposed on these entities. Broker-dealers are not and never were restricted from acting as a custodian for non-security crypto assets or crypto asset securities, but Commission action may be needed to clarify the application of the customer protection and net capital rules to this activity. So third, with respect to trading, I am in favor of allowing registrants to trade a broader variety of products on their platforms and in response to market demand, activities which previous commissions had prevented. For example, some broker-dealers seek to go to market with a super app that offers trading in securities and non-securities and other financial securities all under one roof. Nothing in the federal securities laws prohibits registered broker-dealers with an alternative trading system from facilitating trading in non-securities including via pairs trading between securities and non-securities. However, I've asked the staff to help us devise ways to modernize the ATS regulatory regime to better accommodate crypto assets. Additionally, I've asked the staff to explore whether further guidance or rulemaking may be helpful for enabling the listing and trading of crypto assets on a national securities exchange. While the Commission and its staff work to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework for crypto assets, securities markets participants should not be compelled to go offshore to innovate with blockchain technology. I would like to explore whether conditional exemptive relief would be appropriate for registrants and non-registrants that seek to bring new products and services to market that might not otherwise be compatible with current Commission rules and regulations. So I'm eager to coordinate with colleagues in President Trump's administration and in Congress to make the United States the best place in the world to participate in crypto asset markets. So thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to the discussions to follow, and I'm really look forward to ideas that may come from you participants here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, afternoon, whatever it is. Never sure these days. Today's topic is very broad, perhaps the broadest tackled so far by these crypto task force roundtables. Tokenization. I understand that much of the discussion will focus on potential regulatory efforts to facilitate tokenization. This idea brings to mind a famous line from the movie Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. As you may remember, this is a movie starring Kevin Costner as Ray Kinsella, a farmer who was inspired by a mysterious voice to plow under his cornfield and build a baseball diamond, taking it on faith that great things will follow. I see a parallel to the current enthusiasm around tokenization. Blockchain technology has been around for a long time. And although some limited use cases have recently been introduced, it has not been widely adopted for issuance and trading of registered securities. There's a view that if we build, or more accurately, rebuild, the financial system to accommodate blockchain, they, all manner of market participants, will come to embrace the tokenized securities. Investors will benefit from increased participation and choice, and markets will flourish from blockchain-derived improvements. To this, I would first ask today, what exactly are we trying to build? What is tokenization? It's a term that, even limited to the SEC space, eludes a straightforward definition. Does tokenization mean issuing a security directly on a blockchain? Or does it refer to creating a digital representation of a security on a blockchain? This may seem a subtle distinction, but it likely carries significant consequences from a regulatory perspective. Beyond issuance, does or should tokenization encompass downstream distribution, trading, clearing, and settlement? In other words, would the entire securities lifecycle move on-chain or only part of it? However we might try to answer these definitional questions, it's clear that a tokenized financial system is unlike anything we've seen before. It's not something known or understood like the baseball field Ray Kinsella built. The vision many espouse seems to be a fully tokenized system where any security, including high-volume liquid products like Fortune 500 stocks, can be issued, traded, cleared, and settled on the blockchain. Is that even technologically possible? If we are talking about public permissionless blockchains, the answer, at least as we sit here today, seems to be no. The transaction volume limitations and other scalability problems are well understood. The whole concept of public permissionless blockchains, which were designed to provide trust without the need for government oversight, seems an awkward vehicle for something as complex and statutorily regulated as the securities markets. If we're talking about private or permissioned blockchains, does that improve the potential for scalability? If it does, is this qualitatively different from other types of database technologies already in widespread use? Does it warrant any regulatory adjustments? No one seems to disagree that the SEC should remain a tech-neutral regulator. So why is it our place to assess particular forms of blockchains as candidate for industry adoption? Why would we focus on blockchain in particular over other types of distributed ledger technologies? Regulatory efforts to facilitate adoption of blockchain, let alone specific forms of it, seems a bit like the government picking winners and losers. And we seem to be doing so before the technology has even demonstrated as fit for purpose. Moving on from the questions around what we are trying to build, why are we trying to build it? Proponents argue tokenization can speed up the settlement of trades and make markets more efficient. Instead of our current settlement cycle of T+1, tokenization could potentially move us to an instant settlement of T+0. There's also an argument that instant settlement could replace counterparty risks because the trades would be pre-funded. But the settlement cycle, while shorter than it used to be, is perhaps a design feature, not a bug. The intentional delay built in between trade execution and settlement provides for core market functionalities and protection mechanisms. For example, the settlement cycle facilitates netting. Roughly speaking, netting allows counterparties to settle a day's worth of trades on a net basis rather than trade by trade. The sophisticated multilateral netting that occurs in our national clearance and settlement system drastically reduces the volume of trades requiring final settlement. On average, 98% of trade obligations are eliminated through netting. This allows the current system to handle tremendous volume. It's a key reason why our markets withstood sustained record-breaking trade volume in recent weeks without major failures. Netting also facilitates liquidity. Because the vast majority of trades are netted and don't require settlement, they don't require an exchange of money. If A sells to B, B sells to C, and C sells to A, those trades are paired off and eliminated. A, B, and C can each retain their capital as compared to a bilateral instant settlement over a blockchain where each would have to give up its cash for at least some period of time. Another important consideration is that instant settlement would generally disfavor retail investors, many of whom currently rely on the ability to submit payment after placing orders. We must also remember that critical compliance activities take place during the settlement cycle. These include checks designed to identify and prevent fraud and cybercrime. When red flags go up, the ability to pause a transaction and investigate is essential for investor protection and broader concerns like national security and counterterrorism. For these reasons and others, it is not at all clear that shortening the existing settlement cycle in this way is desirable or feasible. Regulators and major market participants here and abroad have persuasively argued otherwise. I think it's our statutory obligation as a regulator to exercise extreme caution with potential changes of this scale, which historically have been undertaken only to address true market crises. While there are certainly areas to improve in our markets and ways we can innovate, I am interested in whether the changes discussed today would fix any existing specific dysfunction. In Field of Dreams, putting faith in if you build it, they will come worked out pretty well in the end for Ray Kinsella. But Ray was making a choice and taking a risk limited to his family and his farm. The SEC is the steward of the US capital markets, and the kind of systemic changes that we are talking about have the potential to affect every market participant from Wall Street to Main Street. Let's ensure that what we're contemplating is appropriately scoped to the portion of the market that participates in crypto, recently estimated to be less than 5% of US households, and not detrimental to TradFi markets on which most Americans depend for their financial well-being. Thank you all for your ongoing engagement with the Commission and your serious discussion of these important issues, and I look forward to the roundtables today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the panelists and attendees for participating in the Commission's Roundtable on Tokenization. I appreciate your willingness to engage and share your thoughts with us. Technology has played an important role in the history of financial regulation, and tokenization is no different. These roundtables serve as an opportunity for financial regulators to seek public input on how to address new types of financial products and services. We should not shy away from policymaking about emerging technologies simply because it does not fit into the existing regulatory framework. The first step in sound policymaking is seeking input from market participants. In recent history, we seem to have forgotten a very fundamental concept that investors and issuers have valuable observations and experiences. Given that we are in a full disclosure business, I'm pleased with the Commission's new crypto approach under the leadership of Commissioner Hester Peirce and the Crypto Task Force. Whether the issues relate to bringing real-world assets on-chain or considering custodial issues like we did at our last roundtable, we should promote a transparent regulatory environment. Market participants should not be left guessing as to how they can comply with the Commission's rulebook. These roundtable conversations are a useful step in obtaining this information with a view to constructing a regulatory framework that provides transparency and predictability for market participants that seek to bring assets on-chain. These conversations are particularly important given the development and deployment of new technologies, which have the potential to dramatically change how financial markets operate. In particular, the developments related to the tokenization of real-world assets using blockchain technology implicate major financial market functions and processes like issuance, trading, transfer, settlement, and record of ownership. In addition to these potential market improvements, tokenization presents opportunities to expand the landscape to demonstrate proof of ownership, making possible new types of uses, such as tokens that represent title of real estate or holdings of intellectual property rights. These implications can potentially benefit investors by enhancing liquidity for otherwise relatively illiquid assets, reducing delays associated with intermediation, and also decreasing transactional costs. Additionally, the technology has the potential to simplify, or at least streamline, certain compliance functions, such as through smart contracts for on-chain assets. These potential improvements in capital markets are tied to key characteristics of blockchain technology. Blockchain technology relies on a transparent ledger and does not require a central intermediary. Market transparency impacts transactional costs, but also implicates potential compliance issues, as more opaque and complex markets may increase compliance costs. For example, there are many regulatory questions, challenging ones, that the Commission and its staff may need to resolve under the regime established by Regulation NMS as securities move on-chain. As such, we should evaluate whether these technologies can benefit all market participants. In the mid-1980s, then Commissioner Joseph Grunfest described the rapid pace of technological innovations as, quote, the new technology of finance and the old technology of regulation, unquote. He identified a disconnect between regulatory tools developed in the 1930s with the technological developments of the 1980s, noting that just as the perfect technology has never been invented, the perfect regulation has never been written. As we consider the implications of new technologies, we should design a framework that focuses on critical safeguards rather than trying to address every conceivable investment permutation and scenario. The exercise is nothing new, and the same principles that help regulation move from paper certificates to electronic record keeping and from faxes to texts can certainly guide us to accommodate new technologies. I thank you for your participation and attendance today and look forward to the Commission considering next steps.
Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. We're delighted to have you all here today, and thank you especially to the panelists. We're really looking forward to the discussions, and I'll let you get started here relatively quickly. And I appreciate also Chairman Atkins, Commissioner Ueda, and Commissioner Crenshaw. And Commissioner Crenshaw, thanks for raising some great questions. I hope we'll hear some discussion of those issues at today's on today's panels. And I appreciate especially our moderators, Jeff Dinwiddie and Tiffany Smith, who will be helping us work through some of these difficult issues. Tokenization is rooted in the internet, which revolutionized our lives by enabling the creation of a range of networks. At the base of these networks are software protocols, a set of rules defining how computers and other devices communicate with each other. Protocols built on top of TCP, IP, the protocol that governs the internet, enable applications that facilitate communication and easy access to information. Blockchain and other distributed ledger technology protocols are new internet-based protocols, enabling the creation of new global networks, this time to facilitate the seamless transfer of assets and related data. These protocols commonly rely on cryptography for their operation and security. Novel crypto assets that would not exist but for the underlying protocols live on these networks. So too do traditional assets when they get tokenized. Tokenization fits squarely within the Commission's jurisdiction because it involves formatting traditional assets like stocks and bonds as crypto assets or tokens on a crypto network. Much as earlier internet-based protocols dramatically enhanced our lives by making it easier to communicate and to access information, these cryptographic protocols have the potential to improve our lives through enhanced accessibility and efficiency of the markets for traditional financial assets. Your smartphone makes you smarter and more efficient by serving as a portal to the internet and its network of applications. Similarly, tokenizing traditional assets and putting them on crypto networks makes them smarter. Crypto networks are not only a new type of database or ledger for recording ownership of assets, but also a new type of computing platform that can support applications that allow you to do more with your assets. Smart contracts are self-executing software programs that define important properties of assets and applications running on crypto networks and serve as a portal to the networks of applications supported by these new internet-based protocols. A smart contract can define how and when securities may be purchased, sold, and transferred, as well as automate dividend and interest payments or other distributions. Further, because of the common protocols used to program these smart contracts and the related assets and applications, investors can use tokenized securities seamlessly on or within other smart contract-based applications, including DeFi applications. Removing securities from siloed databases and tokenizing them on open, composable crypto networks mobilizes them and makes them usable in new and enhanced ways. Stablecoins, the first application of tokenization to reach scale, demonstrate the efficiency and accessibility improvements that may arise from the use of crypto networks. Tokenization may provide similar benefits to the securities market, such as increased operational efficiency, transactional transparency, liquidity and accessibility, faster settlement, and greater investor opportunity. Several tokenized money market products are registered already under the Investment Company Act of 1940, and tokenized private funds similarly issue securities designed to maintain a stable value and provide yield. Using crypto networks to maintain the record of ownership enables securities to be used as collateral in derivatives transactions rather than requiring investors to redeem securities and then post cash as collateral. Tokenized securities also may serve as a means of settlement in the purchase and sale of other crypto assets, including other tokenized securities and peer-to-peer or other types of on-chain transactions. If these assets live on the same network, near instant and simultaneous settlement is possible. As Commissioner Crenshaw discussed, there are reasons why that might not always be something that we want, but I think it's a potential that we should be thinking about. Tokenization cannot reach its full potential without legal clarity. Issuers and transfer agents continue to be unsure about whether a crypto network can be the master security holder file or a component thereof for purposes of the Exchange Act's transfer agents rules, and even where state law has expressly provided or contemplated the use of a crypto network in connection with the maintenance of securities ownership records. Further, the Commission's special purpose broker-dealer statement, which defines crypto asset security to encompass any security that relies on cryptographic protocols, has created confusion regarding a broker-dealer's ability to custody tokenized traditional securities, even when issuers and transfer agents retain control and can address erroneous or impermissible transactions. The Commission proposed to amend the Advisors Act custody rule to preclude traditional securities that are issued on a public permissionless crypto network from eligibility for an exception from the qualified custodian requirement. We're working on providing legal clarity on these and other questions in a sensible manner. Absent a compelling reason grounded in fact and law, the Commission should treat tokenized securities the same as traditionally issued securities. Under this approach, for example, the type of database used to record ownership of securities does not affect the substance of the securities issued, nor does the use of a crypto network give rise to a new or different type of security. A crypto network can constitute all or part of an issuer's books maintained by its transfer agent. Tokenized mutual fund shares and tokenized privately issued securities should be eligible for exceptions for such securities from the Advisors Act custody rules. Tokenization may raise some legal challenges related, for example, to the integration with DeFi, application of the transfer agent rules, and NMS requirements, use of permissionless networks, and appropriate classification as certificated versus uncertificated securities. We can work through these and other issues with the expert help of today's panelists and other interested members of the public. Again, I think the job that we're trying to do as a regulator is to build the regulatory framework and see how experiments happen, whether they happen, and how they develop. And so I'm looking forward to discussion of these issues. Jeff, handing it over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the Commission, Chairman Atkins and Commissioners Peirce, Crenshaw, and Ueda. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this roundtable, and a big thanks also to the Crypto Task Force and more broadly the agency staff. Just to give folks a sense of the direction of travel of our panel, we're generally going to divide our time into three rough parts. First, some level setting, particularly around some key terms and concepts. Second, discussing both the opportunities and the challenges presented by the existing infrastructure as well as our existing body of law and regulation. And then third, some practical advice for the SEC in terms of moving forward. We have, I'm told, until 3:30, so we have actually a little bit of extra time. And just a bit of housekeeping for our panelists, go ahead and hit your button whenever you're going to talk and the light will come on. A good place to start, just in terms of a spirit of an optimistic future, if each panelist as a kickoff will just go straight down the line, give 2 minutes in terms of how your organization is seeing the opportunity set here longer term. And we'll kick it off with you.
Okay, well, thank you. We would like to start off by, on behalf of Invesco, thanking the Commission for the opportunity to participate in today's tokenization panel. This is a topic that we think is very important to the future of our business as an issuer and an investor. From the vantage point of a leading global investment manager, we think tokenization can unlock the following benefits. First, we think it can enhance shareholder communication, powered by smart contracts that can improve the efficiency of our proxy and our dividend distributions, making shareholder engagement smarter, faster, and more secure. Second, we think there are operational efficiencies that can be pulled out of this technology in key workflows in our investment management process. They're around transfer agency and our custody business. And third, we think that this can help us de-risk some of the aspects of the market by shortening settlement cycles, not saying T0, but by shortening settlement cycles and improving collateral utility. Our core belief is that we don't have to reinvent the regulatory ontology that serves our market so well. we think there's a strong foundation to build from, and we are encouraged by Commissioner Peirce's comments on May 8th, talking to the opportunity to work within a regulatory sandbox and safe harbor that we think will encourage innovation and draw in pilot programs that we're interested in being a part of. So once again, thank you.
Thank you to the commission and to the commissioners for sponsoring this roundtable today. I am representing the Digital Asset Management Unit within Fidelity. Fidelity has long been both a investor as well as a technology research and development arm in this space, looking at blockchains and crypto assets from the standpoint of how we may be able to improve the financial solutions that we develop and offer to our investors to help them manage their financial lives. As we think about how this technology can change the way in which we both develop investment products, but also how it is that we may be able to distribute these products. There are a number of ways in which we see opportunities for being able to produce enhanced financial solutions. First, as we see that moving assets on chain, there are potential new utilities that we would be able to see traditional assets being able to access that today they're not able to access, such as the ability to move and transfer these assets outside of traditional brokerage hours. You have the ability to transfer these assets in a global capital market across both 24/7 as well as 365-day transfers. This allows for more efficient management of capital balance sheets, and from an investor standpoint, the flow of capital becomes much more efficient. As we think about the opportunity to develop new investment structures through which we may be able to pool investor capital to be able to allocate more efficiently, we also are very encouraged by opportunities to bring assets that are traditionally not easily tradable on chain to make them more tradable across investment products and solutions that we can develop, which then increases diversification and access for investors across a multitude of assets that they would gain access to. So we look forward to continuing to be able to produce and work with this technology and developing new investment products.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Commission, for having this panel, and look forward to an engaging discussion here. Calling back to Chairman Atkins' call, I think we're description of where we're at right now. I think moving from cassette to MP3s, I really think where we're at in this inflection point of tokenization is moving from Napster to the Apple iStore, and really can start hitting the beat and have some good music here. So not to beat a dead analogy, but at Superstate, we're seeking to upgrade the capital markets through leveraging tokenization and through care and creativity, helping evolve what we consider the national market system. So what does this mean? Presently, a vast majority of securities are held in a centralized database that are controlled by a myriad of intermediaries, and that's proven scalable and resilient, but it's also limiting, dated, and creates a central point of failure. At Superstate, we're looking to serve issuers directly as a transfer agent to enable them to facilitate tokenized equities. And through tokenized equities, you're able to have registered ownership, and that enables, as others have alluded to, peer-to-peer transfers, improved collateral treatment, engagement in lending, DeFi, exchange capabilities, and then wholly new opportunities and use cases for investments, given the fact that these securities are now programmable. It's not just utility, though. It's also improved investor protections and compliance capabilities. And so as a transfer agent, we're able to ensure that the limited opportunity applications that these securities will engage with in DeFi are both resilient and perform as they intend and say they will. Additionally, only eligible investors are able to engage with the securities. Further, as has been alluded to, there will be advancements and more efficiencies in settlement and clearance. And finally, moving corporate governance on-chain will simplify and provide more transparency, so there will no longer be overvoting or undervoting or disputes in who is voting, given the on-chain attributes. Where we see this as being extremely elegant is it does not disrupt the current market structure. It's additive, and it's a choice. If issuers and investors seek and want to engage on-chain, they should have that option, and the technology exists for them to engage. So by engaging with this functionality, we believe capital markets will be able to advance past the ossification of the 1970s market structure and move forward in a less intermediated, more choice-driven, and more competitive environment. We believe this is consistent with how the Commission has previously engaged and leaned into technological advancements, and is also consistent with how America has continued to innovate and be at the forefront. So look forward to an engaging discussion, and thank you for the forum.
Great. Thank you. My name is Una Choi, and I'm from NASDAQ. And I want to echo everybody's thanks to Commissioner Peirce and the Crypto Task Force for talking about this innovation in the context of evolution of the capital markets. And NASDAQ in particular is a reflection of the evolution that has undergone in the financial markets, starting with trading paper certificates to trading electronically to trading wirelessly, and now being on the cloud. And within the crypto world, we've been involved in providing ETPs with respect to crypto-based instruments going back to 2015 for the past 10 years through our Stockholm exchange, followed quickly by Ether. And we work closely with both US and European issuers to think about crypto-based exchange products, IBIT being one of them, and with different sort of crypto offerings that could come into the market. And we have been very active in terms of thinking about that in the context also with corporate issuers as well, trying to think creatively about how capital structure can be affected by digital assets and blockchain technology in particular. Within our fintech world, we provide matching engine and data services to crypto platforms across 6 continents, also provide trading and market surveillance capabilities and technology solutions, sometimes using Gen AI to different participants in the digital assets ecosystem. So beyond sort of the organizational focus, we are very excited about this new technology, both in terms of tokenization of securities, but also in terms of how this can ease the congestion within the system, whether it's collateral management or some of the other aspects that people have talked about already, and also in terms of modernizing proxy plumbing and processes generally. So I look forward to doing a deeper dive with other panelists today.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Sabella, and since I work at DTCC, I'm really excited to be in a room where people are using the words like settlement cycle and netting and post-trade settlement. So thank you very much to the Commission, the task force staff, and the backbone SEC staff for organizing this sort of event. From where we sit, we do see a mix of evolutionary and revolutionary dynamics going on here. And that may seem a bit odd, given we are sort of the previously referred to kind of incumbent that's sort of there. But one of the things that this has done for us is make our central securities depository business at DTC very interesting and exciting. Not that it never was, but I think more people are appreciating that now. And it's a welcome relief from constantly talking about central counterparties in other contexts. But we've been, I think, working with this new technology for some time now. Folks who have been following us in this space would have seen us doing projects in the past, like Project Ion, working with basically ledger technologies to see how they do in terms of scaling and really dealing with the increments, intervals, and frankly, just the overall heft that goes into supporting the premier financial market system in the world on the post-trade settlement side. We've learned a lot from that. We did some strategic acquisitions, and we now have a full-fledged digital asset service, which, again, if you keep track on the socials or otherwise, you would have seen us do a collateral mobility experiment just last month that basically started to showcase the tokenization abilities and potential that we have been developing in-house and are looking to basically explore with market participants as a, again, central industry-owned service provider to basically try to build that forward. When we think about opportunities that tokenization potentially brings to the table here, I'm going to hit on 4 areas that have been referred to before, but I think are worth noting again. So the first is settlement cycles. And I think Alex put it well, we're talking about choice for people. Our folks, right now, the standard settlement cycle is T+1, but folks may have different reasons to want a different settlement cycle, i.e. a faster settlement cycle. Is it T0? There are good reasons that were provided in some remarks for why T0 may work for you, T0 may not work for you. From the company's perspective, when we moved to T1, gosh, it feels like a long time ago, but I guess it was just a couple of years ago. The position of the company was, all right, we're at T1 for everyone now, and we'd like to facilitate whatever settlement cycles people want to look at. When we look at the ability of atomic settlement on chains, the ability of smart contracts to basically allow for programmable assets, being able to basically do more with your stuff, we see great potential here when it comes to settlement cycles. We also, I appreciate the shout out on 24/5/7 trading. That's, I think, a policy discussion that has kind of happened in, I'll call like the mainstay, but it really merges with discussion of tokenization and digital assets. And I think the commission would be well served thinking about 24/5/7 trading in the context of both asset classes. The other areas we think about are asset servicing and asset collateral optimization. So as I mentioned, we did showcase some of our potential growing abilities through the last month's collateral experiment, but also corporate actions, all the events where there are multiple intermediaries, manual processes. This technology offers great potential to basically lean out those requirements and basically move things forward. And finally, I think I would want to hit on eligibility. Currently, not all securities are eligible for central clearing. There may be good reasons why you don't want it to be, but I think the technology, the transparency it offers works very well. The wrapper that I think matters for all of this is interoperability. So folks have hit on this before, and I think one of the things I'd be interested in seeing this panel discuss and the commission consider further is how interoperability is going to work here, because while you may have multiple technologies, multiple tokenization platforms, to achieve some of, I think, the potential benefits that the technology offers, you need some degree of consensus standard setting and agreement. So if everything's on one chain or multiple chains, how is that all going to work? I look forward to discussing that topic and others today.
Thank you very much. I'm Sandy Call. I'm here to speak on behalf of our digital asset unit at Franklin Templeton. Thank you to the chairman and to the commissioners for the wonderful support that they have given us over many years in our digital asset journey. And we're very excited to be here today at this moment in time when we are finally taking a common sense approach to thinking about the rules that can govern our future financial ecosystem. One of the things we would like to encourage everyone in this task force and thinking about regulation to consider is that we often get caught thinking about consumer protection and sometimes forget that we have an equal responsibility to ensure consumer opportunity, right? And I think that when you look at what has been happening in our computer age with the key technologies that are shaping this age, computing, cryptography, networks, and communication, these technologies have been evolving since the 1960s. We have to remember the foundation, the system that many people are looking to defend today was created because we lost the ability to keep up with trading one transaction at a time, right? This was the way that we operated in the markets for well over 100 years until the volumes started reaching a point where we could no longer keep up with them. And then we started to create this whole system of netting and book order entry and beneficial ownership accounts. And it worked very well for us. And we used the most modern emerging technology at the time to design it. Today, we have much better technologies that are the ultimate revision and growth of those four foundational technologies. And those technologies are putting us back into a position where we have an opportunity to think about having a system that can go back to trading one transaction at a time, because we now have the volume. We have technologies able to support the volume and the velocity and impose the controls that would be required to do this in a safe way. And so I think that this is an important point to keep in mind, right? The technology itself is enabling us to rethink what is the common sense approach, right? And the common sense approach says that every investor should be able to have as much control over their own assets as possible. Today's account-based system makes this extremely difficult for individual investors. It makes it extremely difficult for high net worth investors and mass affluent investors. Just think about how hard it is sometimes to fund a brokerage account, how many days that can often take, right? So there's opportunities here to think about what the technology can do better. We believe at Franklin Templeton that today's system is overly complicated. It's riddled with toll takers that add costs to transactions that get passed on to the consumers, and that there is an opportunity to create a better system for those we are charged to protect. We at Franklin Templeton started our journey into blockchain in 2019. We tokenized our money market fund in 2022 and began to run our books and records from our transfer agent, our transaction books and records on public blockchain. We now have deployed our system across 9 different blockchains, and we operate our wallet-based transfer agent system across all of those blockchains every single day. We've been doing so nonstop since 2022, and we have not had a single issue with the way that our system is operating. We are able to provide more accurate calculations to our clients. We are able to provide more efficient reporting. We have lower costs on our funds from being able to eliminate intermediaries. We have more opportunities to expand the classes of assets that we're able to bring into the asset class and diversification pool by being able to take investments that today are investable but difficult to trade and put them into a tokenization wrapper that will allow them to become part of everyday investor portfolios. The chairman and one of the commissioners mentioned even IP, right, and other types of rights that can become things that people use in their own portfolios, their own home equity. We are really at a unique moment in time where we can create the opportunity because the technology is now there to allow us to. We look forward to working with the commission, and we look forward to working with our peers to really help move us towards that new world.
I'm Johnny Reinsch. I'm the executive director of the Tokenized Asset Coalition. The Tokenized Asset Coalition is a member-funded nonprofit that consists of 60 or so members coming from all the leading protocols in the space, issuers from every asset, from stablecoins all the way to things more esoteric like IP rights. Just want to say thanks to the commission for hosting us here, and it's very encouraging to hear the words that we heard earlier from the various commissioners with the balance that they espoused in those words. So excitement, and hearing Commissioner Peirce say words like composability and interoperability, while the balance from the tone that Commissioner Crenshaw struck. I've been in the space since 2013. And if you told me that I'd be sitting on this panel today back then, I probably would have bought more. But just a moment of reflection for how far we've come. And it's a really, really exciting time. The reason why I was drawn to the space, and one thing I should say is views are my own, not the members. So if I go off piece, they can disclaim. But I started in 2013 when it was mostly just Bitcoin and a few others. And when Ethereum launched and the various technology around programmability started to be built, I started building in the space directly within tokenization. And I was drawn to it from the attributes of programmability, efficiency, transparency, and accessibility, fractionalization, allowing for lower minimums for people to get access to stuff. And a paradox kind of exists today in the market where the lowest risk assets, tokenized assets, stablecoins, and the most speculative assets are the only things that have access to DeFi in any meaningful way. And so there's an entire gap that I would love to see filled with thoughtful application, balanced application of regulation. I say that also with the recognition of having been in this space for over a decade and seeing us shoot ourselves in the foot multiple times and take too much risk on. And if you've been in crypto for as long as I have, a year in crypto is sort of like 10 years in a regular market. And I would like to see that balance come through in whatever we adopt. So one of my goals as the executive director of the Tokenized Asset Coalition is to provide some balance for our members that we all get very bullish. So the other thing that I would say is top of mind for me in my position at the TAC is global interoperability. Commissioner Peirce mentioned this in her remarks last week, but there's definitely this looming kind of silo or set of silos that could exist. And I think with various regulators adopting regulations across stable coins and various other assets, I think the SEC is particularly in a great position to take a leadership role on how to regulate securities that are tokenized. And hopefully that can bring about some conversations with regulators globally about how to make this stuff interoperable. Looking forward to participating on this panel, and yeah, very excited to be here.
Hi, I'm Christine Moy from Apollo. Thank you for the commission for inviting us and encouraging this discussion. We think the case for tokenization is rooted in its ability to fundamentally modernize how assets are created, distributed, and managed. We think tokenization brings automation and programmability to traditionally manual processes, streamlines operations and reduces costs across the investment lifecycle, and enables automated compliance. More significantly, it enables multi-asset interoperability, allowing different types of assets from private markets to public equities and fixed income to be represented, exchanged, and utilized together on a common infrastructure. So we think this unlocks new efficiencies and opportunities for both issuers and investors. At the same time, tokenization accelerates product innovation, giving institutions the flexibility to design and offer investment products that are more accessible and customizable, with the potential to broaden access to the diversification and investment benefits of private markets. So we see tokenization as just the next evolution of capital markets, merging the strength of the US markets and our financial system with the programmability, composability, interoperability, and global reach of this digital technology. And I look forward to engaging with you all on this discussion.
My name is Robbie Mitchnick. I'm the head of digital assets at BlackRock, and I want to thank the Commission for hosting this event today, and also to acknowledge the staff with whom we've appreciated the engagement and earnest work over the last many months, and in many cases, years on this topic. And also, I hope that you'll accept my apology for my contribution to ruining Christmas of 2023 and New Year's of 2024 in the frenetic run-up to the Bitcoin ETP launches that next week. Our purpose at BlackRock is to help more people invest better, including democratizing access to investing by enabling more people to have access to investment opportunities in an efficient way. And we have a strong belief that tokenization and digital assets have a potentially very important role to play in that. Given I'm last on this opening, I won't repeat some of the many thoughtful and incisive points that my fellow panelists have made here, but rather I'll focus just on one specific tangible example to illustrate the potential of this technology. And that is in the context of the tokenized stable value yield fund that we issued as a firm in March of 2024 in concert with Securitize, who serves as our tokenization agent in that space. We think tokenization agent is a more suitable term here than transfer agent in this context. And what a stable value yield fund issued natively on a blockchain enables is the breaking of a long-standing trade-off that investors were forced to make between liquidity in terms of a cash asset that could be used in real time for settlement or payments, and access to full yield. In this case, we have seen the enablement of full US Treasury yield through the tokenized yield fund, but through the properties of digital assets that make it possible to convert instantaneously into and out of stablecoins, which function as digital cash, that in effect the investor no longer makes that trade-off between yield and liquidity and has the real-time efficiency of both. Today, that's accessible just to institutional investors, but we are optimistic that in time that will become accessible to investors of all sizes and types, and also eventually that the benefits of tokenization, which many panelists have spoken to already, can be extended to additional asset classes as well. So we're very much looking forward to the discussion today.
Well, thanks for that, everybody. And Commissioner Crenshaw, you'll recall, and she raised a number of thoughtful questions. One of them is actually a great place to continue our discussion in terms of level set. She asked, what does tokenization mean? And so let's go through some of those basics. Alex, we'll start with you, and Johnny, maybe build on that, and we'll take it from there.
Maybe I'll just start here. I think the way, and Commissioner Crenshaw laid out that there might be a myriad of definitions, but the way I'm looking at the tokenization, and welcome for feedback, is it really is just an evolution of dematerialization. So it allows for registered ownership and programmability, but it really is you owning the security. And so that is what tokenization is. And then it's powered by blockchains, right? And so blockchains are really just a virtual machine. And then in addition, there's this overlay of smart contracts, which can create additional functionality, which is that programmability, which is the buzzword that many have spoken about. And so I really think, and Commissioner Peirce alluded to, the smartphone makes you smarter. A new file format for your securities enables new functionality like better collateral or actual utility in owning your assets and securities. So that's really what I think of when I say tokenization. It's just a new file format. And then maybe just to fill out the picture, we started with certificated securities. That was the file format that was used and appreciated for a period of time. Those, as was alluded to, were kind of became less in vogue when there was additional optionality and the crisis of the paperwork crisis of the 1970s. And what happened was a great migration from certificates to immobilized securities. We think, and has been likely will play out, is tokenization is the new file format, which again allows for more programmability rather than just sitting on a centralized database. You can attach additional functionality and uses like compliance features and or payment of dividends or corporate actions and the like.
Yeah, just to build on that, I can offer a framework that's potentially helpful. And we published this about a year and a half ago called the Spectrum of Asset Tokenization. And if you think about the basic attributes of an asset that lives in the real world, you want to be able to prove that you own the asset, enforce legal rights, track the ledger of transfers. We do that traditionally on paper. In my prior existence as a lawyer, I did that a lot on paper. But then with tokenization, you move from that paradigm, and the first step is just a representation of all that off-chain activity on-chain. So you have a token and you have everything else that lives off-chain living side by side. And then the spectrum goes up to fully enforceable on-chain native issuance with all legal enforcement on-chain as well. And that would be like a decentralized finance protocol, like a lending protocol, for instance. And then you can have flavors in between as well. So I agree with everything Alex said, and I think each asset might have a different flavor of tokenization to take into consideration. For instance, an intangible right could be easily natively issued, have all legal rights kind of attached to the contract itself, whereas physical gold can never be natively digitally issued. Only the token can be, but the gold will always have to live in the real world. So maybe that's helpful.
Thanks. And Christian, as we're thinking broadly in terms of basic level setting, prefatory points, anything else worth adding from your end?
Yeah, so I think we've had a helpful start to the discussion. One other way I think, or another analytical framework that's helpful is particularly when we are talking about so-called real-world assets, which for many years have just been electronically represented. So we're moving sort of from electronic to digital here. Various litmus tests that basically tell you, to the points that Johnny and Alex raised, that you, at the end of the day, do have a legally enforceable ownership property right in the tokenized security. So, this is, I think, important in terms of thinking about, if we tokenize an asset, what is the treatment of that asset? And for us at DTCC, this is always sort of like the question lurking in the background in a distressed market or a default scenario. In other words, if you do have a tokenized representation of an asset, is it going to walk and talk and swim and quack exactly like a security interest that you might have with an electronic or an immobilized asset today? Or if you were to basically have an actual paper certificate or an otherwise transferable physical representation of the asset. So I think that's important to keep in mind. The other thing, which I'll defer to my colleagues who are more, I think, focused on the trading side, but in terms of issues around, if the asset's tokenized, how does that asset act and trade or otherwise get utilized relative to the prior or the ongoing parallel existing asset? These are issues I think the Commission has thought about in other contexts in terms of dual share listings. Folks have alluded to the potential NMS considerations, an economically equivalent tokenized asset trading alongside a so-called traditional one. What does that do for capital formation and so forth? These, I think, are the more in the weeds questions that can be useful in really teasing out, if you say you have a tokenized asset, is it really a tokenized asset, or is it a derivative of the asset in tokenized format?
And just really quickly on that note, it does get really complicated when you try and keep both sets of records, so the on-chain book and the off-chain book. And I built a company, my last company in the space, specifically within private credit, and it was always trying to get to a digitally native issuance of something so that it was less of a less chance for failure, basically, when one ledger doesn't match the other one.
Una, Christine, anything you want to add?
Sure. I think it all starts with taxonomy. We view it as sort of the foundational underpinning in terms of how digital assets and tokenization can be integrated into the existing system. And when you think about the investor choice, investor best interests, and investor protections as our North Star, and start with that, having a clear and predictable taxonomy will help us to understand how best to adjust the rules and regulations to make sure that the new innovation fits into the space. And we've been able to do that in the past with different, not just with innovations in technology, but also innovations in products and processes as well. So, we've submitted a letter on taxonomy and other questions that were raised in Commissioner Peirce's February statement, and we have certain categorizations of it. But for today's discussion, I think it's important to think about financial security and whether distinctive sort of characteristics should be laid out from within the financial securities category. And to paraphrase Commissioner Peirce's statement is in that, digital representation of a security or issuing a stock on a digital ledger does not change the substance of that security. And I think that's a very important basic premise to start with, because then we can figure out what the rules of the road are with respect to how we then fit that into the existing rules and regulations, and also think about how to calibrate and adjust and update the rules based on that distinction. And then going down even further, I think there is a distinctive sort of characteristics with respect to private securities and public securities in particular. To point out the obvious, obviously there are disclosure requirement differences with respect to private and company issuers, but also there are different rights, privileges, and obligations of the shareholders as well. And over time, of course, there's been additional mechanisms and listing standards and other things that have been built, all to serve the investors in terms of providing reliable access, best price, best kind of environment for them to trade in. So, we should think about that in that context, and we should think about it in terms of, different mechanisms that have developed over time, whether it be trading and market real-time surveillance, whether it is notification with respect to corporate actions, not just because speed is lacking, but just so that there is orderly dissemination of material news to the public markets. There are things to think about in terms of trade halt mechanisms, both for volatility and for regulatory considerations as well. And then there's, of course, adjudication and reasons why certain trades are broken due to errors and other issues. So when you sort of think about that in the context of facilitating capital formation with clear rules of the road for issuers, investors, and market participants, then we can start out with a very clear, predictable taxonomy, and then expand our discussions from then on.
And just to build upon my fellow panelists' comments, I think the main thing for us to note in this discussion is that tokenized securities should not be confused with bare digital assets. I think we take that for granted, but worth noting, because tokenized securities we think of as permissioned compliant assets with embedded smart contracts to enforce transfer restrictions, legal constraints, and regulatory rules like AML, KYC, investor status, jurisdiction, et cetera. Despite being permissioned and compliant assets, we think about them in the context of operating on secure and sound, permissionless public blockchain infrastructure. A lot of lingo there. So, certainly taxonomy is very important. But the main concept is, having compliant securities on public infrastructure with the right controls codified in. And then, building further on, kind of interoperability, I think the really interesting thing that we don't spend enough time thinking about is that, we really have an opportunity, to Sandy's point, to think about how we, kind of enable the best investments for the most people, as Robbie stated in his mission. The idea that tokenization, regardless of where it comes from, regardless of if you're a native tokenization or if you're, an asset in custody that's being tokenized or everything in between, is that you're actually what you're actually doing is bringing all of these different assets together, as I mentioned, from private markets to public equities and fixed income, onto the same operating system, and enabling programmability and composability across those, which then enables us to build comprehensive, holistic portfolios that can be customized to a broader range of investors for their desires, right? So, well, it's important to understand the mechanics of how we tokenize and the different nuances of the different ways we tokenize. But the net output is that we can have more assets together on the same operating system to build better investment products for the future.
Well, thanks. And just to pause for a second, taxonomy, other introductory points around the mechanics, et cetera. Just pausing to see if anybody has any other points they want to make or react to anything anybody said.
Just maybe raise a question on, because we use the term interoperable a lot. I think it has a number of meanings. When I use the word interoperable, I mean tokenized securities interoperable with their book entry version that's held, in the TradFi sense. But I think there's another layer of interoperability where we're talking about, there's a myriad of blockchains, Solana, Ethereum, et cetera, and interoperability between those. I think it probably means all of the above, but I think both of those are important to be mindful of when we're thinking of and discussing interoperable. But I don't know if there's other points there.
Just want to add back the regulatory interoperability is important too, because even if you can technically move across chains, doesn't mean you can actually do anything with it on the other chain.
Sandy, we'll turn to you in a second. Regulatory operability, anyone want to chime in? Any other thoughts on that specific point? Christian?
Yeah, so there's different layers there, I think. One layer that I think everyone's very sensitized to, and I know this organization and related organizations are working on, is just across the diversified regulatory framework we have in the United States between securities products, non-securities products, capital market activity, prudential activity. The other layers, though, I think are a bit more nuanced. It goes back, I think, again, to this question of whatever taxonomy you come up with, you need to make sure that that taxonomy, I think, takes into account and respects other legal regimes that interact with our markets. So take collateral, for example. If we want to unlock the potential for tokenized assets to serve as a collateral optimizing force, we have to make sure that the underlying, and in this case, it's usually state commercial law regimes, the Uniform Commercial Code comes up, and we can have a discussion about Article 8 and Article 12 if folks want. But generally, you need to make sure that's compatible. I kind of take the point from what Johnny's saying. You can move it from one chain to the other, but if I can't perfect my security interest in the tokenized collateral on the other chain, it's not really going to do very much for me. So I think those are factors to keep in mind as you're coming up with the taxonomy to make sure they speak to that broader ecosystem. The existing framework has done that very well up to this point. So I'm not, I think, suggesting a new problem or even a problem per se. It's just a consideration that I think will take the potential very far forward.
Sandy?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes these conversations, even for me who understands everything everyone's saying up here, get a little complicated. So I just wanted to go back to the absolute basics of it. A token is a wrapper, as someone said here. It's a new file format. But what is unique is that you can embed the contract that governs the regulation and governs the use and governs the transferability and governs the legal protections of that asset right in the asset. And the ledger that you record the transaction on can read and administer all of those terms that are in the contract that is embedded into the asset. And so if you think about today, there are hundreds of contracts that people need to have in place to be able to trade securities. And those contracts have to be reconciled back to the asset itself. And there are dozens and dozens and dozens of teams in every organization whose entire job is to reconcile back and forth between these contracts that govern the use and all those other aspects of the asset that I discussed and the asset. And the big innovation here, the big opportunity here is that we can now embed those contracts into those assets, and we can use the power of these calculation utilities to make sure that these assets can be properly administered without as many manual interventions and without as many problems that can potentially come from all of the problems that come with people trying to do things and move between documents and other systems. And so it really is a huge enhancement beyond just being a new wrapper, right? It really is a way to make the system work more automatically and more effectively.
Robbie, let's go to you and let's transition now thinking about the concrete opportunities, what's working well, where are there gaps, both in terms of thinking about the infrastructure and the legal and regulatory regime. Talk to us in terms of what you're seeing at BlackRock in terms of the existing infrastructure out there and opportunities, challenges, et cetera.
Sure, Jeff. Well, certainly there are many parts of our existing market infrastructure that work quite well today, right? And I think that in some respects, some of the slow-ish progress that has been made in terms of tokenization adoption to date, well, some of it may be related to regulatory clarity that is now trying to be addressed. Some of it is a function of the fact that if the existing market infrastructure works pretty well, there's a high hurdle to migrating to a new technology standard, even if there's a recognition that that new technology standard is an improvement over the existing paradigm. But there are certainly areas where we believe there have been significant step change improvements enabled by tokenization that give strong conviction in the merits of making that migration. And one such example where we're seeing early benefits realized, but there's potential to do so at a much greater scale, is in the context of collateral, where tokenization makes it possible to pledge, to rehypothecate, to have transparency into, to liquidate in near real time various forms of collateral instruments. And if you take one example today where the existing infrastructure and regulatory regime is not really in a position to support this, it's in the usage, for example, of money market funds as collateral, where the existing paradigm makes that difficult to do at scale. But when you think about tokenization, we have the opportunity to migrate from a world where to actually post a money market fund as collateral, you first have to liquidate it, deliver cash, and then instruct reinvestment into a money market fund, which is obviously a very inefficient and friction-filled system, which can also add sell pressure in times of market stress into the underlying funds and their underlying collateral. And now with this new technology paradigm, there's an opportunity to do this through a direct, nearly real-time pledge that's transparent and enables instant liquidity on a secondary basis into, for example, stable coins as digital cash instruments. And that has wide-reaching potential implications across many areas where collateral is a critical part of our financial infrastructure, including derivatives, repo, and securities lending.
Sandy, over to you.
If I could add to what Robbie said, because I 100% agree with the points that he made, take it even one step further, right? If we tokenize the underlying securities that sit in the government money market fund, and we come up against another 2008 type event where there is uncertainty about who is going to be able to access that underlying collateral. I mean, don't forget, this tied up some of the lawsuits around Lehman Brothers for 2 or 3 years to be able to figure out who owned the underlying collateral. If we could immediately move from the tokenized money market fund and into the tokenized assets that sit within that fund, we can immediately get the collateral and begin to unwind all of the obligations in the marketplace, right? So this is another improvement where, having these off-chain assets and these contracts that govern it constantly make us go back in periods of stress and try and figure out how can we accelerate the return of collateral? How can we accelerate the unwinding of positions? And tokenization can give us far superior answers to those problems, and ones that move at the speed of the market so that there would be less stress in the market, because you can have immediate dissolution of a fund and immediate distribution of its underlying assets. Right. So these are points that often get overlooked in why today's systems don't work very well. And this is someplace I think that we would see massive enhancements if we were to move in this direction on a broader basis.
Johnny?
Yeah, I just want to add, there's a really great example of what Sandy just mentioned at work during one of the biggest crypto market shocks of the entire time I've been in crypto. Terra Luna was a synthetic stablecoin that crashed, and I'll make no judgment about how it was built, but in decentralized finance, which housed a bunch of loan transactions by smart contract, collateral was sold and liquidated, and lenders were repaid pursuant to the terms of the smart contract, even though there was a massive amount of volume that hit the system at that time. Everybody got repaid and everything worked the way that it was supposed to. So we've seen time and time again that what Sandy is describing works really well and in real time.
Yep. So I think we all kind of share the goal of fungibility, interoperability as a achievement that we want to have with respect to tokenization. And I think what's also important to remember is that that probably is going to require methodical peeling of the onion in terms of how we get there, because we all want to try to get to that place. So, you know, when you think about sort of what we have now, there are aspects of the system that are resilient and robust and really provides a great opportunity for investors to make decisions, even when there is unexpected news like we had on April 7th, in terms of being able to make financial decisions in a very quick way. So I think the big, question mark is how can we preserve the benefits of those mechanics and market characteristics, and then apply it and integrate this new technology into the system in a seamless way for wider adoption. And when you think about it from a sort of a legal framework, of course, we have the state laws, both in terms of the corporate statutes and commercial statutes. And I think while some of the, jurisdictions like Delaware and Texas have adopted blockchain technology as part of their and allows corporations to adopt that technology for stock ledgers and corporate records, there's still probably room in terms of additional work to be done in terms of making sure that that is available to the corporations. And then when you're looking at the securities laws, separate and apart from just offering registrations under the 33 Act, there's a bit of work to be done with respect to the 34 Act in terms of the registration of a security under the Exchange Act and what that means and what the thresholds and triggers and the privileges and the obligations of being a 34 Act security really means, not just for the issuers, but also for the investors as well. And then, there are sort of ancillary, but just as important things to think through in terms of how that also interplays with regulatory regime under NESMIA and cover securities and the blue sky laws. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. And so I think we have a little bit of work to do with the staff at the SEC. And I think we're all ready to roll up our sleeves and think through those matters. But I do want to end with an opportunity to just build on what Robbie said about collateral management. I think there's a real opportunity here to ease congestion with respect to proxy plumbing and processes. When you think about tokenization or DLT technology in particular, there may be ways to track security ownership in a way to get rid of the 20 business day broker search rule, which already seems a bit obsolete given the T+1 settlement cycle, as well as the special dispensation that is being given to special meetings. There may also be a way to address the gap between issuers and objecting beneficial owners without giving up on the privacy rights of the holders. and also addressing broker-dealer considerations as well. And then, of course, there are, real opportunities for dissemination of information, proxy materials to the investors in a quicker way, cheaper way, as well as thinking about how blockchain technology can be used to tabulate votes, audit them, and have real-time information. So I think those are really interesting and exciting ways to think about tokenization and DLT in particular.
Alex?
I just want to touch upon, collateral and proxies are fantastic use cases. I also would be remiss not to highlight that the technology also can enable, fantastic lending of your actual securities, and then additionally, exchange that can happen in a much more economic way. So, lending right now, you're subject to your broker, and that's the only person you can really utilize for a borrowing venue. But within crypto that exists right now, the founder of Superstates, Robert Leshner, he created Compound, which is one of the first DeFi lending protocols and has done billions and billions of dollars of lending, but has only utilized crypto assets. To the extent that more real world assets and securities move on chain, those types of primitives can and should exist. Similarly, market makers have been printing money by creating price improvement, and maybe we can touch upon Reg NMS later on. But at the end of the day, a system of trade doesn't, maybe we take a step back. 1975 amendments, they didn't envision one central limit order book as a national market system, right? They envisioned a subsystem and various other integrated systems that work together as being a national market system. If they had envisioned one central limit order book, we wouldn't have a myriad of exchanges, and we wouldn't have the advancements of the early 2000s into the ATS world. And we wouldn't have where we're sitting right now, where there's the ability for decentralized exchanges to allow for peer-to-peer interaction and the ability for you actually to directly earn some return from providing liquidity. And so I think obviously low-hanging fruit is collateral. Low-hanging fruit is peer-to-peer in a direct manner. But additionally, enhanced through a protocol, there's an ability to do a lot more in different things. And so I think that is, we would be remiss if we don't touch upon that in the benefits of tokenization.
Cynthia?
So you actually said something that really strikes me as an important point. We talk a lot about the technology, but what you just talked about financial primitives. And so, a point that we talk a lot about is finance is still finance. At the end of all of the conversations around the technicalities of the things that this technology can do, and what this technology and moving assets on chain to be able to be loaned or used as collateral in a pool that it enables a wider range of access to capital. So this is really at the end of the day about facilitating more efficient capital flows by creating these new structures that will create more direct access for individuals to use their assets in ways that today are limited by the intermediaries with which they are currently engaged, and that we think of as tremendously an improvement for access to investments and capital.
No, Sandy?
I just wanted to also bring out one other, I think, very important use case that we are seeing in real time, which is the way that we calculate what we owe shareholders today is really based on the next morning's shareholder record, right? Because we need this time to reconcile the shareholder record. We need this time to record the shareholders. And so when we award interest on a fund or dividends or corporate actions on a fund, we're awarding that the next day. And in the case of money market funds, we accumulate those awards over the period of a month and we pay them out monthly, right? this is a very inefficient way of doing this because we have built our blockchain transfer agent on blockchain and we are settling every single transaction as it occurs. We are able to calculate our shareholder record in real time, and we're able to break our shareholder record out by increments of the day. We've chosen to use 1 second increments. So, for corporate treasurers who come in and they put money into a money market fund in the morning, but they've needed to pull that because there were unexpected expenses that they needed to cover later in the day, right? They are unable to get any of the interest for that period of the day that they held the money market fund because at the close, they were not a shareholder of record. With the new way that we're doing this via smart contracts and tokenization, we're able to create an exact record. So if that corporate treasurer held that money market fund for 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds of the trading day, they would get 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds of the interest. And we pay it out every single day in incremental new issuance of the token, including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. Right? This is a huge improvement in the way that the market works. And this would be available to all investors who held tokenized funds. It is something that is not available today, especially when you think about long weekends, right? If you purchase a money market fund on a Thursday, that doesn't really get settled until the following Monday if it's a 3-day weekend, or the following Tuesday if you pick it on a Friday and Monday's a holiday. These are all inefficiencies that we just all live with in today's system that we do not need to live with going forward.
Well, we keep touching on it, and let's now drill down a little bit in terms of regulation. We're through a couple different threads here. Christine, I'll start with you, then maybe go to Christian. As you're looking at the landscape for regulation, what's good, what's working well, and what are impediments out there for the commission to think about?
Sure. We think one of the most compelling regulatory opportunities in this context of tokenization is the modernization of the transfer agent rules. As we mentioned earlier, with tokenized securities, like the core compliance functions like KYC and AML and jurisdictional limits, investor accreditation can be embedded directly into the smart contracts and automated. So what that means is that, essentially smart contracts are doing the transferring. But we think that there still requires a regulatory layer. I think you said it well when you said digital transfer agent or tokenization agent, is basically a function for this new infrastructure that can help manage edge cases like wallet recovery or freezes, sanctions compliance, and complex corporate action. So we think that there's a real opportunity to, enhance that definition. We also think that permissionless public blockchain should be recognized as official record of ownership. I think there was mention about duplicative record keeping that's required. And so being able to clarify that specifically would eliminate the duplicative off-chain record keeping, streamline operations, and unlock the efficiencies that tokenization and digital assets has promised. Another key area that we think about often in tokenized securities is the 3-step process. We think that, as I mentioned earlier at the beginning, tokenized securities are neither crypto commodities nor bearer assets, and have the smart contracts with the embedded transfer restrictions, so should meet the 15C3 possession and control requirements. And so we think assets should be eligible to be custodied and traded by broker-dealers without triggering the 3-step process. Additionally, self-custody, I think this was kind of mentioned in opening comments, self-custody should be an investor choice, should be permitted when chosen by the investor. It enables direct access to innovation, reduces intermediary fees, and supports user control without compromising regulatory oversight. And then, when it comes to settlement, we think blockchains offer, great automation and transparency. And so we think tokenized securities can and should be settled using stablecoins, just as cash is used in traditional finance. without imposing extra regulatory burdens simply because the payment rails are digital. So those are just like some of the areas that at least us tokenization nerds spend a lot of time thinking about.
Christian, anything?
Yes, that was a pretty thorough list, but I think what what I think I would add to it, and I think this kind of I'm going to go back. I know it feels like we've kind of beaten it a little bit too much, but the interoperability point. So a lot of the potential efficiencies that have been highlighted by folks on the panel are all great and well, I think, in sort of unique sort of environments where you have a universe of actors or parties who can perfectly kind of control what the environment is, particularly in terms of like, as Alex alluded to, like there's different sorts of chains technologies out there. There's different sorts of programming languages. So if folks are making those choices on sort of a disparate basis, you have to worry about like the issue of fragmentation, and something that I think current regulatory approach over the years has done a really good job of is dealing with like market liquidity. So we don't want to kind of go back or create like a new set of problems where if we allow, 1,000 tokenized ecosystems to bloom, they can't interact and interoperate with each other really well. Now, I'm only familiar with one context where the commission attempted to try to address interoperability, and it was in the very narrow area of central matching. But I think it's fair to say that's not really an area where a regulator sort of prescribing how interoperability is going to work did very well, because I speak as someone at DTCC. There's only one central matching service today. But I think if you look to basically really unlock the potential of this and scale it to the level of a national market system or a national clearance and settlement system, outside of just reducing inefficiencies within specific asset classes or regulatory ecosystems, you really need to think about how do we ensure that the market is dynamic enough that if I have my assets on one chain and Una has her assets on the other chain and we want to interact with each other, it doesn't matter that the chains are different, that they have different protocols, that that basically for us it's just as seamless as all the benefits everyone's been describing. So that's one thing. The other thing I would bring up, and this is kind of a mixed bag, because on the one hand, a lot of regulation, particularly I would say in the Exchange Act world for market intermediaries like ourselves, is that on paper, we have a lot of flexibility to adopt reasonably designed policies and procedures to take care of topic X, Y, Z. Well, in the technology space, that's not always as flexible as you would think, particularly with new and emergent technologies. So, and I'm not even thinking of ledgers. There's other technologies that have come up over time, AI, cloud, all sorts of things, right? And there's obviously a very legitimate concern, which I think will persist in the future, about resiliency, about availability, about safety. I say this as someone who took the train from northern New Jersey today, as opposed to other options. And so, effectively, I think what we need to think about, I've seen in the public comment file, you take regulation SCI, seems like very strong medicine for trying to sort of get something off the ground. But some sort of directional guidance or clarity around how market participants are going to start using these new technologies in a way that on the one hand supports market resilience, liquidity, and the great public good we have of the US financial markets, versus something that is not too overly prescriptive, I think is something that's needed, because it's just been very, very challenging, I would say, to really at scale try to implement these new technologies to really get you to some of the places that folks on this panel have been very persuasively describing.
Christian, I have a question on the follow-on and for the panel. I agree and think about the interoperability challenges the same way. Can we get best price in the market at high speed, high capacity, and in the way that we would with traditional securities today to benefit our end investors? Who should determine or unlock the interoperability challenges? That's something that we think we should ask of the commission, or is that something that we as an industry should coalesce around, a la the fixed network and what we see in there?
Yeah, so I lean more towards it should be people on this panel and people in this room. I think what I am suggesting is, though, that probably what would be useful is for the commission to consider laying out some high-level guideposts or considerations, like what are the things that interoperability should should accomplish? What are things that, are considered to be at odds with interoperability, so that at least we have, it's kind of like another taxonomy point. We have a common set of principles that we can use to dialogue with each other about what interoperability looks like.
I also think there's a disclosure point in there too, Christian. So as an issuer of a tokenized asset, if you're trying to design risk factors, you should probably take into account the network that you're issuing on and make sure that the risks of that network are clear to the people that are purchasing your security.
But there are available answers to these issues that are being brought up. I mean, we operate across 9 different blockchains, 4 different programming languages across those 9 different blockchains. We, as the transfer agent, have built a wallet-based system that is able to internalize any transfers across blockchains. We have an allocation system that really evaluates the characteristics of each blockchain to see if it meets certain standards. And we have gone back to some of these blockchains and looking to explore and deploy on them and made them enhance certain of their security characteristics to be able to feel that they are a sufficient location where we have trust in the technology that it will operate as expected. So, we're solving these issues in real time at our firm, and I think a lot of our learnings could be very quickly adapted across the industry. The one other point I'd add, I think, is that it got a little glossed over, but I think it's critical. There are some new models. There are some automated market-making models. We hear so much about all the applications of agentive AI, and how people are deploying AI into their investment processes, and everyone seems to think this is a great idea. And yet we have these new pooled investment opportunities where any participant can join in a liquidity pool, and we seem to be ignoring the opportunity there to get over some of the fragmentation that we have in the marketplace today by letting people join liquidity pools and benefit by adding liquidity into the pools. And so I think that we also need to go back to my very early, this should come back in the end to not just how do we protect the consumer, but how do we create opportunities for the consumer. And this is one where there is a tremendous opportunity to let them into models that have only been preserved for the most niche of financial players in the past. And I think one of our responsibilities as an industry is to think about how to really create that more equal playing field.
Just to answer Will's question, I think it's also important to think about corporate issues.
Sandy crushed that shit. Let's go, Sandy.
Think about how many of them who do not really interact on a daily basis with the financial ecosystem, other than for the fact that they have registered public securities and that they trade, they're going to want to have clear, rules of the road, not just for themselves, but for the intermediaries and for the market participants and for those who are supporting the market. So just going back to everybody's sort of comments about vertical sort of silos and a potential for regulatory arbitrage with different sets of rules, I think we need to just make sure that there are clear sets of rules, treat like assets alike, treat similarly situated market participants in the same way. And that's going to give comfort to the corporate issuers who are going to be part of this new technology, who are going to have to be the consumers of the new technology as well. And I think that's going to help us sort of think about wider exception if we're able to have standardized sort of practices and rules and regulations.
Question for Will. Thinking about calibrating regulatory requirements. If we think about a tokenized NMS stock, should regulatory obligations and requirements change? Should they be modified? Talk about that.
Well, our view would be that the regulatory requirements for an NMS stock should not change just because the product chassis has been changed or the security chassis has been changed. We do think we have a strong regulatory framework to build off of. It's not perfect, but I think the foundation's there. and through regulatory innovation, I think we can adjust for some of the things that we've talked about. One of them was the interoperability discussion that Christian just teed up, and so we won't go back into that. We have talked about coexistence, where we have a TradFi listing of a security sitting side by side, a digital security, and having that under a common regulatory framework, I think is fundamental to having a continuous market where natural arbitrage mechanisms can come into play and make sure that end investors are getting the best price in the market. I do think there's also this sort of issue of who can tokenize a security, or from an issuer perspective, who can tokenize a fund, an ETF, or a security that's been listed. And we have seen instances that more, I'll say on a global basis, that it's been a challenge, as to what that means. So bringing it into an NMS framework, into a regulatory framework, I think will put to bed some of the risk issues that we see in there, where credit could become a problem, where a platform and protocol, is an underlying credit exposure to the participants on that, and then the accessibility issues that we talked about before, and understand the price consequence of being able to interface with those at high speed. So those are some of the big things that we think about.
Una, anything to add on that one?
No, I agree with what Will has said, and I've sort of touched on that in terms of sort of the current practices that we already have that gives predictability to the investors and corporate issuers and other market participants as well. So I think it's really important for us to just think about all of those benefits and just put it into the context of the existing system, and just putting it into the context of some of the numbers, especially given that we've seen some record volume in the month of April. And I know we had a busy day earlier today as well. So, NASDAQ alone during the week of April 7th traded $1.2 trillion. And just on the 7th alone, there were probably, more than 900 million messages within a given minute. So when you think about sort of the volume and the traffic that is involved in the current system, we just want to make sure that we're very thoughtful in terms of how to provide those benefits to all the participants as we move forward.
Let's talk for a moment. Oh, Alex.
Could I just hop in? So I think I agree with what Will was saying with regard to Reg NMS, but I think when you're looking at these securities, one that exists on chain and one that exists in the traditional database, I think there's a clear regulatory out with regards to the on-chain securities, because they would not be. And when we talk about NMS, most likely we're talking about 611 and trade through protections, and how would that exist on chain? I think the way that exists on chain is these aren't trading in a regular way, and so these can trade in a different way, and therefore that doesn't that restriction should not apply. Similarly, when we're looking at best execution, like when does that attach itself, right? That attaches itself when a broker is involved in a transaction. And so if this is something that an individual is doing, there's a different standard that's being held and should be accounted for there. Furthermore, best execution is not best price, right? And so there's a whole myriad of things that can go involved in that. And furthermore, like this different structure can coexist and interoperate. But when we're looking at things, and I think this, if you go back, there really is an issuer and there's an investor with capital, and how they operate and interact with each other from there is, all a construct, right? And so we can really be, as we shape what is necessary and required, what we should do is we should look at the risks that are attendant, not just what has been done previously. And so if there isn't a risk of fraud or misappropriation or various other things that are involved there, those shouldn't attach, right? Similarly, if there is technical risk or harms that could be present, there should be, as was alluded to, generalized standards that are held and maintained to ensure that just because something is on chain, there isn't a regulatory arbitrage. There's just a different approach because it's in a different setting, similar to how NMS applies to what we have considered, traditional finance. On-chain finance unlocks completely new opportunities and restrictions and regulations that should apply, such as, code audits and resiliency tests and various things like that. But the other thing is you don't necessarily need an intermediary, right? Like on-chain activity that is governed through autonomous code does not have an intermediary. And so when I go back to there's an issuer and there's an investor with capital, the issuer is involved in running a business. They typically, and has been alluded to often, enlist a third party like a transfer agent to handle the record of ownership. And maybe a better term for this transfer agent or this improved intermediary is this tokenization agent, where they can control and ensure that the standards that we collectively agree to that should be held on chain are maintained. So I think that's how you get to this interoperability and you unlock new use cases without introducing additional risks.
Will, I want to make sure I get to you on the following question. Commissioner Peirce, in her request for comment, she raised 40 Act issues, and in particular, whether tokenization of redeemable registered investment company securities, whether there's any unique issues to discuss there. What do you think?
Yeah, well, since 1940, the Investment Company Act has really endured in large part because of the Commission's ability to use their tools and rulemaking, exemptive relief and no action relief to adjust for innovations in the market, albeit technical or market driven. And here, again, we think they could use those same tools to help affect changes that we'd call out across a couple of different points. One of those is a topic that we've already hit about the single book of record. I think that is something at a transfer agency level that could bring efficiency to all of our operations, and we've hit on that pretty hard. The second is around the investment company's access first disclosure requirements for investor communication documents like prospectuses and shareholder reports. Again, I think there are efficiency gains from using this technology to tackle that, but it would require some form of relief. And lastly, I think it's kind of bridging into a more complicated topic of the dual share class, where the Commission is currently working through, I think more than 50 different filings there. And that topic does lend itself to this issue of would we see a mutual fund, ultimately become tokenizable as well? In there, we would have the 2A7 money market funds. We think these funds can perform a very valuable function in the ecology of our workflows. And if they do evolve into the ability to trade 24/7, which we've also talked about, then there is an implication of the forward pricing rule under the Investment Company Act of 22C-1 that I think would have to be under consideration. Those are a couple of different topics that we would bring up.
Others on the 40 Act?
Yeah, that's where having automated market makers that are able to create real-time pricing could come into play as a very effective way of evolving the system.
Sandy's locked.
I think that the other thing to realize with the 40 Act fund is that, the mutual fund structure itself has many inherent tax inefficiencies, that we are already seeing a pretty significant migration of money out of the 40 Act mutual fund structure into actively managed ETFs, because the ETFs have better ability to give that flexibility to manage the tax basis on the fund. And it has the create redeem ability that gives more flexibility on how to actually trade the portfolios. I think that if you look at where we could go with tokenization, it would really be an evolution on the ETF structure itself, because in a sense, the ETF structure is like a token that is wrapping all of these different securities inside of it. And we can unwrap, burn, or we can mint, create those tokens. In the ETF share classes today, it's a very apt analogy to think about how a tokenized mutual fund or a tokenized ETF might work, where the token becomes that instrument that's programmable that gives us better functionality for administering and maybe taking away some of the tax disadvantages of the mutual fund 40 Act structure. So I think that, it's 2025, something that has served us well for 85 years, definitely, and has evolved, to Will's point, definitely deserves to be able to continue to evolve. And that might mean changing the way we think about how some aspects of these 40 Act mutual funds operate.
Cynthia?
So absolutely agree with everything that Sandy just said about the innovations and the opportunities for traditional mutual funds. Having been in this industry at the time when the ETF structures were first considered, and this idea of having shares of an open-end mutual fund traded in the secondary market, was a very big deal, and there was a lot of conversation about how that could actually be enabled. And now we see where the ETF industry is, and as Will highlighted, there are conversations now to expand the availability of dual share class open-ended funds. And so then you think about tokenization and where ETFs had the ability to be able to transact in kind in order to create better portfolio management efficiency. If you can trade the token, which is the wrapper of all of those assets in the secondary market, and have that be more efficiently transacted, then you are absolutely creating a much more efficient portfolio management construct where you don't have to go and mint and burn or redeem and subscribe each time you want to make a transfer of those assets.
And if you're in the commission's shoes, you're thinking about both broad principles and then the specifics, both very important. We'll get into the specifics in a moment around intermediaries and otherwise, but Robbie, why don't you talk us through in terms of broad principles in this space in terms of a pathway forward for the commission?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it has been covered in various ways, but the way that we would maybe summarize it from a BlackRock perspective is that as a baseline, the same security should have the same regulatory treatment regardless of the form in which it takes, whether that's traditional or now tokenized, with some exceptions, because that starting point is imperfect when we're talking about a new technology paradigm. And it raises two sort of sub-questions within it. The first being, what are some ways, tangible ways, that is actually not happening today? And two is, what are some places where there is an inapplicability of the existing paradigm to a security that now lives in a tokenized format? So to give some examples, in the first category, as both Christine and Sandy talked about, being able to recognize that a blockchain is a perfectly valid, definitive record of ownership and transaction settlement. Discussions around broker-dealer ability to touch tokenized securities, to touch and settle in stablecoins, putting aside some of the challenges that Chair Atkins noted in the open around the special purpose broker-dealer framework for crypto broadly. We would say that tokenized securities got caught up unduly in that, and that pretty clearly broker-dealers would benefit from the ability to trade, to custody tokenized securities, as well as to transact in stablecoins. And then the second category, some things that are novel opportunities that if you just stuck rigidly to that principle of same security, same regulatory approach, we would lose some of the potential benefits that this technology provides. The discussion that I gave earlier and others added to around collateral, where tokenization makes the opportunity for collateral much broader and much more efficient, but that requires rethinking some of the existing regulatory paradigms that we have put in place under the existing traditional infrastructure. Another being in the area of KYC and AML, where not only would it limit some of the frictionless interoperability and liquidity that this technology offers by being able to or being forced to issuer by issuer, fund product by fund product, go through an onboarding and KYC process, but actually it misses an opportunity to create a much more robust and transparent AML KYC system, potentially in enabling some form of decentralized utility powered by smart contracts to actually manage a transparent process and ability to port credentials, KYC credentials, across issuers and across fund types. Now, the industry has not yet built such a structure, but there likely will come a time where that happens, and it'll be incumbent on us to have a constructive dialogue such that we can help shape a regulatory approach to actually unlocking the power of that breakthrough.
Sticking with regulation for a moment, intermediary categories. I've heard, we've touched on transfer agents, broker dealers. Alex, and then maybe Christian, as you look at the existing framework, what should change? What's working well? Over to you.
Sure. Yeah, I think with immobilized securities, the structure that we have works very well, right? I mean, as you were alluding to, there's trillions of dollars that is transacted on a daily basis. I think when you move on chain, I think there's opportunity. Like I was alluding to, there's really an issuer and there's investors, and then everything else can kind of work its way back from there. Broker dealers can exist on chain, right? And they can have a wallet infrastructure that can work and facilitate that. National securities exchanges can exist on chain, but don't necessarily need to exist on chain, right? DeFi protocols that facilitate automated market making, there's not really an intermediary there, and that's possible and should be permitted. And so I think there, what we have to do is take a step back, look at the various, like I was saying, the various risks that are involved, and ensure that those are being adequately met. But I think one of the things that has been alluded to is arbitrage in a negative way. But we also just brought up the ETF, which is one of the greatest innovations and is driven by arbitrage. And so like having the ability to have, and to beat the dead horse, interoperability, or the ability for securities on chain and securities off chain to move and go back and forth with each other, very much mitigates a lot of the concerns and the risks with regards to price dislocation. Right now that exists in our market structure, there's securities that are listed in Canada and securities that are listed in the United States. And there's numerous empirical studies that show that they trade within parity because there is this ability to arbitrage and keep prices within parity. So I think all we need to do is ensure that risks are properly viewed and addressed. And we think you can do that through a transfer agent or a third party that is, similar to national rating agencies. They have a technical capability of determining, the credit worthiness of an instrument. Maybe there similarly could be a type of intermediary that can review and judge various DeFi protocols to ensure that they meet certain standards and thresholds for resiliency and technical capabilities. So I think really just right-sizing the risks for on-chain activity and ensuring the ability for the national market system to exist in these subsystems through the ability to move securities on-chain and off-chain, and then filling in the gaps from there with regards to what technical registration is needed is how the approach or the commission should take, rather than saying we have a clearing agency, a broker dealer, and an issuer in this context, and we need them in this other context. I don't think that's how that rigid approach should be taken.
Yeah, so I think intermediaries will and frankly are evolving in response to this technology. I also think, and Una raised this in terms of the issuer voice or the investor voice.
Take your hand off your head, bro.
Intermediaries are obviously a hot topic of debate when we talk about tokenization or digital assets, but if you go back to first principles, I think they have pros and they have cons, and some of the pros are if you're an individual investor and you have the rest of your life happening, you want an intermediary who's going to do that vetting of different chains to make sure that they meet certain standards for security, for resiliency. You want parties to be able to you want to outsource that ability to other parties so that you can do the things you want to do. So I think in terms of the future trend, it really is about choice. There may be some market participants who want a more intermediated interaction with tokenized assets than others. Certainly, they'll take into account costs and what people may characterize as rent seeking or basically frictions, but they may see trade-offs in terms of the ability of scaling through an intermediary, the ability to deal with concerns about protection, security, and access. And I think that just needs to sort of play itself out organically over time. And the point's well taken. You can have registered entities that are showing up on chains. You can have through smart contract technology the functions of registered entities acting. The last point I would note is, if you are started moving away from the status quo intermediated market structure, and look, I think one of the great promises of this technology is it gives us a new ability, as others have described on this panel, to deal with longstanding frictions that come through the current intermediated market structure. So there's definitely benefits for all here. But one thing we are talking about trading up here a little bit is financial risk for just very, very, I think, fundamental technology risk, relying on chains and smart contracts, automated market makers to be there to perform when you need them for capital formation, for pulling money out of your 529 so you can pay for your kids' college that's coming up. So I think something that needs to continue to remain in focus is what are the technology resiliency standards and who's going to enforce those? Is the commission going to directly enforce those? Or are they going to, again, look to software providers? I know we've tried to get away from that, right? That can be problematic with unintended consequences. But the bottom line is, I think intermediaries stay in the mix, but maybe the choice of intermediation is expanded, and that's probably a good thing.
I want to make sure we get to regulatory innovation programs. We have about 15 minutes left, just under that. Cynthia, Commissioner Peirce on May 8th made a statement about a potential SEC exemptive order that would allow firms to use DLT to issue, trade, and settle eligible tokenized securities. Sounds very interesting. As you think about this topic broadly, pilots, regulatory sandboxes, what comes to mind for you?
Very much supportive of having more formal programs of the sort, as a lot of firms are investing heavily into developing applications on chain for financial activities. And so there's a few terms that I think have been used across different global jurisdictions for these kinds of programs, whether it's a sandbox, a safe harbor, or a pilot. And they take different forms of whether it is a group of market participants across the entire transaction chain to participate and using real market value in order to demonstrate how it is that this technology can actually facilitate a particular activity, whether it is trading and settlements on a blockchain, or whether it is issuing new products on the blockchain. And so I think all of that is incredibly helpful and productive for participants to be able to actually operate these applications. Some of the challenges, though, is where you start to set, what are the objectives for having this proliferation of projects, and what are the objectives that you're hoping to be able to demonstrate, whether it is for a new market and trading ecosystem. We've talked across the panel today about a number of practical issues. So how do you actually get to a scalable pilot to be able to address many of these considerations? And then the other consideration is global regulatory participation, given how global our capital markets are. Having global policymaker coordination and collaboration as you think about these on-chain assets moving across jurisdictions. Technology is cross-border. How do we, and I think we talked a lot about the word interoperability, how do different regulatory regimes recognize these assets as they become available to individuals within their jurisdictions? And so, the idea of a sandbox is incredibly productive and helpful as we want to facilitate innovation. But I do think that there are a number of considerations that will go into creating a program that will be durable.
Will?
Well, I'm going to echo many of those points and first start off by commending Commissioner Peirce for her remarks and the guidance there to develop the regulatory sandbox for us. We believe the SEC should formally move forward with that concept and definitely support it. As just discussed, I think one of the big issues is about bringing innovation onshore. So how do we maintain the sort of most trusted regulatory framework in the world and the competitive capability to continue to attract capital? I think comes from the spirit of innovation. And this is something that I think we have the ability to adapt the framework to drive that onshore and to do these safe harbor and pilot programs that allow it to bring it into the appropriate regulatory framework that has served our investors so well. So, whether that is, completely calibrated or time bound, I think there's the question of how do we implement this? Do we crawl, walk, run into innovation? How do we pull people into it so that we can coalesce around the protocol choices and understand that? And I think key participants like exchanges, the member space framework, and DTCC can be leaders in this space that enable us to work toward a common solution.
So we have about 8 minutes left. There's two other questions we can get to that we don't have to get to them, but I wanted to just pause and see any of the panelists as you're synthesizing the different comments that have been made. Anyone want to jump in with anything that's lingering?
I'd just like to add one thoughtful request in designing, because I agree with Cynthia and Will's points about, really the benefit of having a robust sandbox environment and what it could create for us. I would just encourage us, though, to make it a practical sandbox, right? A lot of the early sandboxes focused on what could the technology do. I think there's pretty widespread understanding now throughout the world on what the technology is capable of doing. Right. And so I would encourage any sandbox we design at this late stage in the game to be very focused on how can the pilot run in the sandbox, or how can the test run in the sandbox directly inform the creation of legislation or the creation of new regulatory rules that would allow us to improve and move the system forward. Right. I think the time for experimental sandboxes is past, and it's time for sandboxes that are going to prove out how new rules might operate. That would be my only real request for in thinking about and designing this program.
Johnny?
Yeah, and just on that note, being somewhat crypto native, this might seem counterintuitive to folks in the audience, but what would be really interesting to me would be able to use, a tokenized treasury in various forms in DeFi. Right now, the actual user experience to hold a tokenized treasury is terrible. No offense, but I can't do anything with it. I can look at my securitized account balance and that's it. But if I could borrow against it, if I could readily swap it, if I could be a market maker and, get some yield from the volume that comes through the pool, that would be amazing. And it's at the low end of the risk curve. So frankly, it's not much different than a stable coin. When you get down to the root of it, stable coins are slowly becoming the world's checking account. I think US Treasuries could become the world's savings account. And I think that'd be a really actionable and interesting thing to see.
Another theme that comes up pretty often is thinking about a, quote, level playing field around regulatory obligations with TradFi on one hand and then emerging technologies on the other. Una, that it's a broad topic, but what do you think is important for the commission to keep in mind, whether on a pilot, a sandbox, or otherwise? Over to you.
Sure. I mean, I think the important themes are investor trust, market acceptance, and keeping the benefits that we currently have and translating that into this new technology in terms of how it's integrated into our U.S. markets. And I think it's also important to just take a step back and think about the U.S. public markets as really the primary access point for Americans to be able to take advantage of the economic growth, whether it's for building financial security or planning for retirement or paying for college and building generational wealth, both as individual families and as a nation as a whole. And we've also talked about the perspectives of corporate issuers in terms of making sure that there is a clear set of rules and obligations and rights that they have by accessing the capital markets, and also just taking on those responsibilities as a public market in the U.S. economy. So I think that's an important piece. And in that context, the Congress has empowered the Commission to promote fair competition. And so what my own personal interpretation is that you treat like assets alike, and you treat market participants who are performing the similar functions in the same way. So as we sort of think about all the topics that we've discussed today, and it's probably helpful to think about not just intermediaries or the parties in question, but what is the purpose that we serve within the financial ecosystem. And we should think about what are the risks embedded at like time delay risks versus economic costs associated with different sort of processes versus speed efficiencies, and how those might also have risks embedded in them, and just sort of figuring out what those are to make sure that those standards and the rules that are applied to all of the market participants are consistent, with the understanding of what the embedded risks are, as well as the sort of the more obvious ones.
Yeah, I couldn't echo more how important the financial markets are in the United States and how impressive and robust the U.S. markets are in the world. I would echo, I think, what Commissioner Peirce mentioned in her in advocating for the sandbox, or in the sense where standing still is falling behind when technological innovation is moving very quickly. And so we need to, with care and creativity, look to foster innovation and leverage and utilize the best technology that we have. I think there's many ways to skin a cat, and so we should not be beholden to using a pair of scissors just because we've used them over the years. If there's an automatic razor, we should use that because I'm sure the cat's been nicked many, many times. And so I think we should kind of internalize the fact that just because we've done something through convention doesn't mean it's the best way that things have been done. I mean, and there's numerous instances where we've had instances where the system has bent but not broken, and we shouldn't then say we have reached, Fukuyama or whatever is great in saying we're at the end of history. We're not at the end of history. We're continuing to innovate, and utilizing this technology can allow for that. And the amount of capital that's locked up for settlement risks and the amount of capital that's not able to be freely deployed is just immense. And so I think I welcome the opportunity for innovation and experimentation, because I think we can move things forward. And the fact that like fractionalization and 24/7 are things that where crypto markets have kind of tried to influence the traditional markets, they're not good fits. Where they are good fits are in the markets where they were created, where things go out 6 to 10 to 12 decimal points, and the markets operate in a 24/7 basis. And so we shouldn't be beholden to the past. We should look to the future, but that doesn't mean we do away with everything. We want to make sure they can all work together.
Robbie?
Jeff, I think on this question of level playing field, there's an important principle that we not lose sight of here, which is that we not fall into the trap of incumbents attempting to hamstring new technology players by the same potentially obsolete or due for modernization regulations that they face, as opposed to leaning into the new opportunities created by the novel technology. I think one very natural example of this is that banks to date, for instance, had not been able to engage on public blockchains. And while we advocate a technology neutral approach between public and private, it's become very clear that the vast majority of traction and utility in this space is on public blockchains. And now, fortunately, there does seem to be an opportunity for banks to be unhamstrung in that way and to be able to take advantage in the same way that the new technology entrants in this place have been. Just one other clarification on Johnny, on the point around tokenized treasuries and treasury funds today. We can actually now, for the first time, deliver those on a peer-to-peer basis in secondary market liquidity and pledge them as collateral, including in our case with our fund with Securitize, although that's relatively recent, so I understand that.
Well, we are
Superstate also does that, FYI.
We are at 3:30 exactly. So I want to thank the panelists. Very thoughtful, very constructive. Thanks for traveling to Washington, and please join me in giving them a hand.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, I'd also like to echo that thanks. Thank you so much for everyone on the panel. We've had a great first discussion, and I look forward to our next one. Today, we heard a lot about how much promise can be unlocked in a tokenization wrapper. Long before blockchain, another great innovation unlocked many benefits in a once new wrapper. It was an ice cream wrapper. Like instant settlement, it offered instant joy. It serves as a snack, a dessert, and an excuse to bond with someone you like. So many utilities in one space, just like tokenization might offer. Before we go out, I ask you to look to the people next to you, and if you don't know them, please introduce yourself. One of the main benefits of these roundtables, other than the discussions we have up here, are the relationships you form. So please continue the conversations you've heard and enjoy an ice cream outside, and we'll meet back here at 4 o'clock for our next panel. Thank you.
All right. Give me just a second. We are close to. All right. We are close to Gene Hoffman going on with Chia. I don't really know what exactly the approach he's going to take to this, but I'm sure it's going to be a smooth, riz-filled approach. Dude's an absolute rizzler with the SEC task force talk, tokenization talk, proof of time and space talk. That was interesting. I'm not going to beat around the bush at all. That was interesting. Sandy did her thing. Look at Sandy. Absolutely dominated the boys. And the Asian girls were actually kind of locked in too. Gene's going to come in, and who knows what's going to happen here. We have 2,405 live viewers on X and 47 live viewers on YouTube. Hey, L YouTube, but I like YouTube because the chat. I mean, yeah, that dude mentioned the train ride. That was so beta to even mention that. Oh, I know about safety. What the? Yeah, we have a lot going on. I'm just clipping memes in the background, trying to figure out how to have a good time while I'm not going to be doing anything when Gene's talking, though. Maybe a little bit of before, maybe a little bit after. We got the God Rat. We got BlackRock. We got our boy. I mean, we got all three of them. with the green candles. Chia's on a tear, above 400 units at $11. Published it, and we'll see how that does. Never bought Chia before that. But every time I listen to Gene, absolutely, it fills me with joy. It fills me with actual insight. I feel like there's not a lot of guys that are doing a project and willing to be open about it because they're putting enough muscle into the tech part where I guess they can handle whatever the problems are going to be, or they have already handled them. That's what seems to be the general. But I'm just going to wait on this for a minute. I just need 2 minutes, actually. Yeah, YouTube chat. I love the YouTube chat. Why doesn't X have a chat? Or does it? I've seen a few X's pop up. X might have a chat. Anyway, my name's Jim Rat Crypto. If you don't know me, I stream every once in a while at 11 a.m. Eastern. And when fun, intellectually stimulating stuff like this comes up that's very relevant, I've been poking around the Chia Network for a while, not getting anywhere far other than meeting people that were like-minded. So I kind of stuck around. But Gene's always been super interactive with the crowd and like memes and like making it fun. And that's kind of where I end up landing. But really why I'm here is because I think, a big wave is coming. I'm not saying everyone's going to make buku money. I don't know about any of that, but a big wave is coming, and, Trump's in office and all this stuff is getting talked about, and Ethereum is getting whooped by Bitcoin. And, I'm not saying things are going to go crazy, but they've been crazy before, and I'm ready for them to get crazy. So obviously this is about finances and learning, but not as much specifically about finances. Like, I'm not in the business of telling people what to do with their money. I'm just having fun and learning, because if you do this as a skill, you will make more money in the future because you'll be more emotionally resilient about the whole process anyway. If you're nervous every time you make a trade or do something because you've only done it a couple of times, you're going to get shaken out, especially if you're not like heavy fist. The people I talk to don't have hedge funds. They're just people, normal people, with 10,000 to 20,000, sometimes 100,000 plus in crypto, obviously, but like nobody, I'm just dealing with actual people on land. So I think Chia Network, I remember liking it when it was $600 a unit. If I would have bought then, I would have gotten screwed. So that's why it's always important just to feel out the situation, do what feels right. Can't wait. Again, I have the live stream up, so we won't miss anything. Make sure you tweet this out right away. I've never seen more X action in my life. Period. End of story. I just started tweeting again a couple of days ago after a year break, and just going with what I like. It's been absolutely perfect. Sometimes going with what you like at the time is just the way to go. But I've been spamming the SEC Twitter, and it's been so fun. So go ahead and help me spam them. They've been posting a lot, the SEC, about this in particular. I want to spam them with retweets and memes, and it's free audio time. So like whenever the SEC goes on, just know you can live stream that while it will be monetized. So sometimes doing a long live stream on something very interesting that's free can be beneficial too. Like, that's why a lot of these guys, when they talk, I like to clip them, because to be honest, there's not that much great content anymore that's real, that actually has meaning. I'm so underexposed, dude. I'm 100% underexposed. I'm sure I'm going to get cooked. Yes, dude. I'll be on for way longer than this, dude. I don't care. 2,500 in the X live viewers. I have a feeling like, I know there's a lot of people, but there might not be that many people. Probably like a view bot or something. But we're just going to keep racking it up because we're having a great time. I want to see Gene. The meme king. And I've been posting, this is Gene, I'm pretty sure, or someone that looks like Gene. Couple fun ones. Couple little NFTs that I just grabbed from people's. I don't know exactly whose they are. We're having fun. Are you having fun, cryptographics? Yeah, give us the goat, for real. Give us the goat. in the meantime, if you love Gene and you just want this to blow up, just tag a bunch of memes and fun stuff on Twitter and just get it going. We're just getting started. We haven't even started the main event, and we're popping numbers. So let's just keep it moving. We're having fun. I'm glad I have Chia now because I feel like I'm in the game. Let's check out we can check out the market real quick, I guess, if we have time. Looking forward to listening to what Gene talks about Chia. I don't know how he's going to. Man, I've been having fun building Torus Unity. Never had more fun in my life. Absolutely, graphics. It's so fun just doing your thing. If you're being straight up. Honk. The Marmot crew, the Rat crew. I'm kind of hanging out in there. I mean, look, I even put the little NFT in the corner, bottom right. You see that? So just take a little intermission, keep your phone on, just so we don't miss any of the fun. I am going to just keep it to this for a second, and I will be back. I'm just going to pee, grab some water, sit back down. All right. Well, we can just wait for this for a minute. Let me clean up some of these tabs. Oh. Sorry about that. Stock market was ripping this morning. Is it still ripping? Avik, good to see you. Cryptographics, good to see you. Math, Oracle, good to see you. Over from over under on Gene making a Tang Gang reference. That would be absolutely out of control. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, dude. Let's keep it moving. I cannot wait. We are getting closer and closer to game time. 14 minutes. Incredible. Let's go to Twitter. Let's go to Twitter and see what's going on. Yeah. Regulatory clarity. I was interested to see if they would mention any cryptos in particular, like anything that's like, they didn't mention Bitcoin, they didn't mention Ethereum once, they didn't mention anything obviously, but like they mentioned like bull markets. Let's jump over to share this tab instead. That's my face doing exactly what I'm doing now with a little bit of lag. We're getting absolute great traction. We're having a good time. But this is all information based. I just want to. I would have watched this anyway, to be honest. So I thought it's just good that the SEC lets you stream this kind of stuff because everything's copyright mess now, and I don't like to weasel around all that stuff. Yeah, so we've just been spamming all over the internet, all over the waves. We did a couple streams today, but X is kind of pushing streaming lately, I think, or at least like botting, like they have streams. So it's super interesting to me. But something goes on. I think the numbers are wrong, but if they're not, that'd be sick. So go ahead and retweet that. If you're in the YouTube chat, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I don't have any paid promotions. I don't have anybody paying me anything. I don't even have... I just do this for fun, and I'm hoping that if you do something fun for long enough, it can turn into something cool. But I do this, everything that I talk about, I'm probably going to zero on if it goes to zero. So I believe in the stuff that I talk about for different reasons, though. Some for utility more, some for long-term trajection more, like Chia, and then some for like Matkins. Yeah, release the GOAT. We'll be ready for him soon. They're ready for him. He's just getting prepped up. Let's go to his Twitter, though, because he's probably tweeting right from... And Gene's coming on the stream, like, soon. Me and him were DMing just 2 days ago. And he's ready to go. I just have to make... He's busy, so we just have to nail down a time, but I have to be prepped for it as well, so that's the part. Me prepping for Gene is like, I'm just trying to ask a decent question, if you know what I mean. So, and it's not, but Gene's cool. He understands the rat. But there's different ways to market everything, and most people are more like me than like most of the people on that panel probably that are buying stuff like this. Let's go to Gene. Let's see what he's been tweeting about. Why does it say I don't follow Gene? Am I on a different Twitter? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Unless I just click that. Because I have his notifications on all the time. Yeah, so Mr. Hoffman from the Chia Project is a part of the next panel. Let's hope the world gets a glimpse at what the real potential of blockchain technology is all about. Spoiler, it's not XRP. LOL. XRP is such a joke to me. And I don't know, trust me, I understand like it could have been used for something, but they whiffed, they screwed up. Too many people bought, too many people dumped forever. Yeah, maybe the price will go up. It's been down for 7 years. XRP has been down for 7 years. And they just dumped another $50 million on your head to pay off the SEC because they lost the lawsuit. The clarity was that they owe $50 million. That was the clarity. Oh, we got crypto clarity for XRP. Yeah, they had to pay $50 million of your money from their security that you exchange back and forth. What the? Crazy, right? Oh, now the Wolf of Wall Street's trying to... Is he the one doing the task force? I thought I'd be the only one task forcing. I didn't think people were about that life. No, I'm not coming. I wish I could. I could have, but I just got back into crypto like a few weeks ago from just doing other stuff, and even getting back to the basics and just preparing myself for a potential bull run has been too daunting of a task for me to do anything, because I left crypto for a year straight up. Whoops, I did not want to share a whole tab. I don't think. I'm just prepping for this little next segment. Yeah, so I wish, though, I was invited, like, a couple bullish and a couple of people, like, it's just, it was too close to, I hadn't have enough time to think about it. I like staying in the rat cave. I love staying in the rat cave. SEC Task Force Roundtable, guys, we have 8 minutes. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and boom it out. We're just waiting on Gene right now. Some people are waiting on love. I'm waiting on Gene. And I'm trying to I erased all my videos because, to be honest, when you learn how to stream for the first time, you stream like a maniac, and I stream too much and I talk too much. And I'm sure I was just learning, and I told everyone that, but there's too much stuff on the ether that it just didn't belong there anymore. So I just wiped slate, like whole bear market. It might have been dumb. I still have some gems. I still have everything downloaded so I could drop it at any time. But if there's anyone in the chat that never has been here, make sure you make yourself known, and make sure you I want to say what's up. I'm just streaming today. This is not financial advice. I'm not mentioning buying anything. If you don't have money to spend, you should probably focus on that first before you buy any crypto. I haven't really bought crypto since the last run. I've made a few purchases, I guess, but I have not substantially DCA'd into crypto. There's just been no need. Just enough in there. If it works out, it works out long term. If not, cooked. Omega cooked. Oh, we got 6 minutes, guys. So if you are on the YouTube channel, just like and subscribe. That's really all I'm asking for. I have no affiliations, no paid promotions. I mean, I have affiliations as far as things I like. No paid promotions, no coin launch. I've been rugged. I've clicked on the wrong links and lost all my money in crypto before. I've battled back from that. I've made a lot of money in crypto, stopped working for a year, made bad decisions, not horrible all the time, but but kept money in crypto, of course. And just, I've made all the mistakes. I'm learning the hard way. I like to learn the hard way. And it's been nothing but a pleasant ride to me, because no matter what happens, I don't give a crap. I'm just here to see what is possible, and if we can get in early on some stuff, that's amazing. And if we can find the right guys to follow and focus on security. Focusing on security is so important. And if you're new, I'm talking about new people, new-ish, even a couple years in, if you're using crypto on your phone, primarily. Like if you are trading actual money on your phone, those are the people I'm talking to. Never use crypto on your phone. Period. Maybe in the future, maybe no. I'm not doing it. Don't do it. It's stupid. Just unless you're like have a specific reason and you're like very nuanced understanding. Having stuff on your phone is just putting crypto at the human fingertips is like putting a casino next to your bank account that's interoperable with your bank account at all times, and you will eventually run it to zero if you are just a normal, ready to go dude who wants a little risk on. So don't do that. I have learned the hard way. I just buy stuff and I leave it for the most part. I have on my streaming computer like a few little fun plays that I can do every once in a while just to get my fix, but I don't touch the stuff that I don't want to touch. And that means I'm banking on it to work as far as 0 to 100, whatever happens. And Chia, I'm so glad I didn't buy Chia when I first learned about it. 1, I didn't know anything about it. 2, I still don't know anything about it. 3, it was $400 a unit, and we were talking about it for a while. So if Chia was like, Chia's kind of hard to obtain for a newbie, but I like that a little bit. I like that it's kind of hard because Uniswap's hard for most people, but I just like that it takes a little bit of like, oh, I actually have to turn my brain on to a degree of critical thinking in order to. And I don't know if that's on purpose. They probably wish it was flawless, but it's not. I can promise you that. Anything with Chia is not flawless. As far as, I'm sure it will be. I'm sure they're doing the right things now to make it flawless in the future. And obviously that's why we're seeing Gene in the mix. But I think it's cool. Doesn't Chia use something like proof of space as the consent? 4 minutes, please make the way for the auditorium. All right, they're making it to the auditorium, guys. Spam. Proof of time and space. It's a miner. It's more like Bitcoin. Think of it more like Bitcoin. It's just way more energy efficient, I'm pretty sure. And then a bunch of other stuff. But just ask ChatGPT, bro. Spam. Spam link. I don't even know which links we're spamming. We're just spamming links. Because Gene's coming and I want clips. And guess what? All day today, this is not the like real time chart. This was just a screen grab from like when I started streaming. Chia's been down for a long time with not too many big bumps. There's a distribution thing to it. People don't really understand. I didn't understand, nor do I understand. And that's why when it was so expensive per unit in a volatile environment, I was like, I'm not willing to buy this. But at these prices, in comparison with what I know about the project and how many people support it, I'm totally willing to deal with. Well, I already dealt with it, but I'm totally willing to get in at those rates. Yeah, Chia uses hard drive space and consensus. Yeah, so spam. And we'll be streaming more often, guys. I'm getting back into a groove, for real. I'm getting into a little groovy poo. You know what Chia really needs? A streamer. Not like needs a streamer, obviously, but like everything. And crypto's so new, it's just like everything needs everything. As far as that's why we're watching the roundtable, I guess. We need regulation. We need clarity. Delicious. Poor investor. What? Yeah, Chia uses hard drive space. Yeah. If Chia recovers, it would be an incredible story. I don't think necessarily. I don't think about it as a recovery. I'm sure there's some details there that you don't really know about the distribution of the token, how many people are mining it, the way it worked. Like some tokens have to distribute. Like distribution of a coin is like a big deal. It's a huge deal. It's not a like, oh, we need it to go hockey stick right now. It's like we need this to not have people that have 2.2% of the supply. Like we need this to be, or damn sure that people research this more than others, but if you have people with 3 or 4 or 5% of the supply, they can rain terror on you forever. Terror. And I'm not about that life. So or they can also help, right? Like, or if, I know, I'm looking at it, trust me. Here we go. It's not on yet. Just wait for the subtitles to pop because they pop before. Uh-oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to. Here we go. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey, 2,896. And damn it. $2,906 now because I made that mistake, which is bullish for the views. Let's get those numbers up. I want clips. I want memes. I want look out for Easter eggs. I feel like Gene's the type of guy to throw an Easter egg in there. Take a shot if he mentions BitTorrent. Take a shot if he mentions Tangang. Take a shot if he says marmots, honk, all that. Could be chill. Could be absolutely chill. We are almost there, guys. They're just prepping Gene's seat. Everyone else's they didn't prep. Only Gene's. That's not a statement I'm suitable to say. Nobody thought it would drop to 10. Nobody thought it would go to 2,000. What? Are there any Chia people in the chat? That's a stupid question, kind. Stupid question, kind of. Ladies and gentlemen, the roundtable will begin now. Commence. Please make your way back to the seats. And will the panelists please take stage? Thank you. The subtitles come up, but not the audio for the beginning part. Plebs. Yeah, say what's up before it goes on. It's going to go on any second. Say what's up. No more what's up time. Almost 3,000 up in the crib. We got 3,000. That's what it says on here, so I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to believe it. 3,000 up in here. 2,903 of those being on X. Elon? Question mark? Rocket ship? Gene? Vitalik? Federal Reserve memes? Elon? Look how far we've come, Elon, since you legendary took a puff of the weed. It's been a wild ride. And then Sandy. Ready to go. Sandy's always in my back pocket now. So we'll see what goes on. I hate when people are late because then it makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Or maybe that the thing is buffering, or maybe it's not working. Yeah, and if you're on X, literally watching live right now, just hit the retweet button. We're going viral. Everything's going viral. Crypto's going to go to the moon. If you're not watching somebody who is not sold out yet, I'll sell out for the right price. No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, it's hard. It's the Wild West. You're totally right about that.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to start our second panel here. So, Tiffany, I'm going to hand it off to you, and we're looking forward to another great panel. The first one was wonderful, and we expect great things from you all as well. So, Tiffany, it's all yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Peirce. Thank you to the Commissioner. So thank you to the Commission, Commissioner Peirce and the Crypto Task Force for all of the work that they're doing in putting this together. It's a privilege to be here. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago talking to clients about how we really should have a roundtable on these topics, and here we are having a roundtable. So thanks again to the important work that you're all doing. In the interest of time, we're not going to have each panelist introduce themselves, but their bios are all available online, and they are all amazing. They have very different perspectives and backgrounds, and so it's really going to lead to a robust discussion. One of the main jobs of the Roundtable and the Crypto Task Force is finding a way out of here, as Commissioner Peirce would say. And so I hope that these diverse perspectives and the discussion that we have today will give some insight into how we get there. One important thing to keep in mind is that when we're talking about tokenization, we're talking about a market that exists today that has existed for some time. And so we're going to be touching both on what's happening today and how we move forward into the future of tokenization, how we get to the benefits, how we eliminate the risks or mitigate them, and how we can help the industry reach its full potential. So with that lead up, we're going to start with a very big, grand question. And I'm going to go to Georgia for this one to kick us off. So how should we think of tokenization? Is it an asset, or is it a technology, or maybe both?
Okay, here goes. Just to quickly start, I want to say thanks to the commission and to the task force. I'm honored to be here. I also would like to just express gratitude for the format that we are in today, where we can kind of eliminate all of the obligatory grandstanding before we just get down to the problems and the solutions. So let's get some solutions. When I think about tokenization, I think of it as a process that uses a technology. So it is a process that takes an asset and simply represents it and transfers thereof on a blockchain. As noted by both Commissioner Peirce and many of the other panelists earlier today, it really doesn't change or in general, it doesn't change the fundamental substance of the thing itself. So in this case, we're taking a security, we are tokenizing it and putting it on a blockchain. It is still a security. And I want us to be very clear about that. Because it is still a security, it requires certain controls to be put in place. Things like AML, potential transfer restrictions, certain requirements about holders and their accreditation status. And what's great about using blockchain technology is we can layer that with a smart contract, which is written and administered by a transfer agent, let's say, or I love this term that has been being used, a tokenization agent, in order to create these controls that eliminate a lot of the risks that are intended on using just a pure permissionless blockchain. And so what do I mean by that? Well, one of the big fears with digital assets are that you lose the keys. And what do? The asset is gone. Well, by having a smart contract on top and a tokenization agent who can burn and remint those digital assets, that risk is mitigated. And similarly, if you have broken trades during transactions, or you have bad actors that try to steal the assets in some way, again, all of that can be remedied using this smart contract that sits at top. So importantly, I want to be very clear when we're talking about tokenized securities that we are not talking about the bearer assets of a lot of the kind of crypto native assets. We're talking about something that does have a lot of built-in controls specific to the technology and because of this technology that we're using. Thank you.
Hillary, what would you like to add to that?
Well, I agree that, yes, I agree that it's a technology rather than an asset. And when I think about technologies, I think it's helpful to think about what problem are we trying to solve with this technology? Because I think that really helps us understand what's going on. So I think really it's clear that this technology isn't going to solve financial inclusion issues. I mean, you sometimes hear that discussed, but really half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The issue isn't that there aren't enough investment opportunities. It is that people don't have enough money to invest. So I think what's really driving this is a desire for efficiencies for people who are already in the markets, more or less. So where are we trying to get efficiencies out of this? Well, there's a lot of talk about sort of making securities, digital. Most financial, well, at least most securities regulated by the SEC, I think have already been digital in some form or other for a long time. There are assets that aren't digital, and there's a lot of talk about real world tokenization, but the challenge there isn't the technology. It's sort of reconciling the fact that you have one record of ownership and then physical assets that are out there moving in the real world, and how do you get those to match up? It's not a technology problem. It's a real challenge, but it's not one that I think tokenization really speaks to. So where I sort of see it
the discussion about efficiencies is sort of in two prongs. There's this sense that the public permissionless blockchain can bring efficiencies, and this sense that the composability and programmability brings efficiencies. And I want to note that they don't have to go together. Smart contracts predate blockchain technology. They can work with any kind of database or ledger. And I think that that's something to really focus on, given that the public permissionless blockchains themselves are inherently less efficient than more centralized alternatives. They have to be, otherwise it would be too easy for a sort of a bad guy, if you will, to take over the ledger. So I think it makes sense to really focus on experimentation with the programmability and composability on a more traditional type of ledger rather than the blockchain. And in fact, that's what we're seeing a lot around the world. So the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK does a lot of pilot programming with tokenization on permissioned ledgers. There's been a lot of experimentation by the Bank for International Settlements in that regard as well. So yeah, I do see this as a plumbing change, but I think we should think about why we want this plumbing change. And if it is about gaining efficiencies through programmability and composability, I think experimentation, sort of jettisoning the inefficiencies of the permissionless public blockchain are a good place to start.
Gene, you want to respond to that?
One man's inefficiency is the other man's opportunity. I think it's both a digital asset and a technology. And one of the things we're doing with Permito Capital, a joint venture of ourselves and some ex-folks from Credit Suisse First Boston, is actually taking blue chip stocks and pulling them apart into their dividend component and everything else, and trading those separately both on the Chia blockchain and the New York Stock Exchange. The efficiencies here are really extreme. A couple things come to mind. For investors, you can buy 0.001 of a share. This has been a problem. I mean, you can do this in a sense at Robinhood because they will in the background make it work for you, but you didn't actually own that. And some of us have remembered 2008 and remember it was not a nice time to necessarily have to trust your broker or your clearing agency. But the other piece is in administering this product, it's going to be really difficult on DTCC. When an underlying company issues a reverse stock split or a spin out, being able to not decimalize becomes a tremendous pain in the derriere when you're actually trying to go and run one of these sorts of funds. And in fact, without the blockchain, we probably never would have done this sort of project in the first place. And my favorite version of this is tax. We're going to have to actually issue K1s to people who invest in these so they can get their accredited investor dividend treatment. We have to pay about $300,000-$400,000 to someone who goes and searches down everybody's social security number and name in the brokerage firms in the US. On the blockchain, we write it once and you come in, signify that you've got your correct wallet or vault, and all of a sudden we generate your K1 in real time for basically free. So, that is just a sense of what the opportunities are here. Now, I want to be clear, I'm talking about real securities. So there is no distinction in my mind. It's not, is Bitcoin a security? It's certainly not. But is a Microsoft dividend certificate issued by a Delaware trust a security? Absolutely. And it's going to be registered on Form S1. So I think that there are important points here that we can hope to choose regulations that would somehow box these things in, but liquidity and access are always hiding here. And so the reason that public blockchains are very powerful, even with their limitations of slightly slower transaction times, is not because, well, I'll say it this way, is an opportunity to have a 24/7, 365 market only mitigated by the size of the Pacific Ocean. So you're talking about a totally different liquidity profile for every asset out there. Today we only trade national market stocks during the day East Coast time. That is going to end pretty quickly as you start to see real assets that are tradable 24/7, 365. And I think there are opportunities there that people miss. The ability for you to rehypothecate, to be able to, dedicate that capital in a different direction because you realize at 3 a.m. that something is amiss. So I think it is both, and I think you cannot ignore how much more capable the technology makes the asset.
Kelly. Well, I represent one of the technology firms around the table, public blockchain. So it's probably going to stun you all by telling you that I think of it as a technology and not as an asset. But I come more from the financial markets. So as I was thinking about the answer to this question, frankly, I was reflecting on the fact that I had started in capital markets in 1987, which actually means that I've seen all or part of 5 decades of capital markets activity. I've seen program trading and the advent of online trading, the introduction of the internet. I've seen the creation of derivatives and futures and options and ETFs and structured products and different types of packaged funds and the like. And it's interesting that this question gets asked. I think when I reflect on all of that, what's common as I think about all of those market cycles that I lived through is that the product creation or the product design led, and the technical implementation became the way of delivering that product design. So the market started with a conversation about some market anomaly or opportunity or aberration or gap that could be addressed or capitalized on. And technology became the follow-on conversation for how would I best achieve that or pursue it. And so there really was never the question of whether the technology was the asset. We were already talking about the asset, and the technology was simply how it was going to be delivered. And for the record, I hear every CIO I ever worked with saying, yes, that's the way it should be. Kelly, don't tell me how to solve something. Just tell me what the design requirements are. The difference is, though, is that I think here, the reason the question gets asked is because we are leading with the conversation about the technology. We're leading with an understanding of how many of the things that we do in the market could be better or differently achieved by using a different way of approaching them with, oddly enough, something that's rather very simple and straightforward, a better set of database management, a better way of achieving books and records. But it's sort of that flip by talking about the technology first that I think has given rise to the question in frankly, a very logical way. And so, I joke when I was saying I'm representing Digital Asset, one of the technology companies, a layer one blockchain. Of course, I'm going to say that. But really what I think is that it's, and I might say I echo a little bit of what Gene has said. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that it is an asset, but I think it's the convergence of the two that is giving rise to the question and the discussion around it. Meaning, this isn't an asset creation first, and then how do I solve it from a technology perspective? My age-old question, the discussions I had with the CIOs in the businesses I was part of. Instead, what we have is a more virtual circle of discussion going on. First, tell me what the technology can do, and then let me think about how it can apply to some market instances or market anomalies. And then let's talk a little bit more about how the technology can address them, but what I need to be worried about. We are seeing, I think, the technology become part of the asset. The technology features are part of the definition of the asset itself. And I say this in a way that for all of the sobering thought that I have, that I've been in a market condition for the capital markets across 5 decades, of realizing that yet for all of that time, in all of the products that were created and all of the market cycles that I've been part of, it's always been a conversation about how I think about, yes, the market risk of something that I'm doing, or the credit or the lending if I'm borrowing to do it, or how I feel about the counterparty that I'm interacting with. But it's always been the binding constraint of the settlement risk that I'm dealing with. We'll talk about market and credit and counterparty, but ultimately what I do is, and how the technology applies to solution, is often dependent on the settlement or on the operating constraints. They are the 800-pound gorilla in the room that ultimately dictates what can be done when and how. And I think what's different about this is we are now for the first time talking about unleashing ourselves from that binding constraint and knowing what it means to be able to define trading processes, services, assets, and their characteristics that are unbounded by those operating systems that can be managed, moved, delivered, is probably not the right word, but transferred in terms of value ownership 24/7 across a global market, across jurisdictions, and can do so at the speed of the internet in a real-time basis. So is it an asset or is it a technology? I think it's firmly a technology, but it's a technology that is now, and hopefully forevermore, ushering in an era where the asset and the technology are part of one definition of what's being created for market participants and what is being solved for from a market infrastructure perspective.
Excellent. Thank you, each of you, for those explanations. Before we move on to the next topic, I mean, one thing I'll throw out, and this goes perfectly to Kelly's comments. We've heard a lot today about the fact that a security is tokenized upon the blockchain doesn't change the essence of what it is. But as I think back about some cases over the past couple of years, you had security-based swaps or you had swaps, right? So is it that we've now coalesced around what a tokenized security is, right? Or do we still have other variations we should be thinking about and being clear about when something is a swap and does not have all the rights and privileges of the actual security versus being a tokenized security? So I leave that to anyone who wants to answer.
That comment struck me as well in the earlier panel about once we have this stock security, this tokenized security, it's not a different animal when we put it on a public blockchain than it would be otherwise. And I'll talk about this more, I'm sure, when we get into like the risks of these tokenized securities. But from my perspective, it's a very different animal because it has a totally different risk profile. And the risk profile changes because of the operational risks and the risks that participants within the underlying blockchain systems will act in ways that change the record keeping reliability. So I disagree strongly with that characterization.
Interesting. So Gene's going to get in before we go to the next topic. Go ahead, Gene.
Yeah, I would just say I think it really matters who the issuer is, and what I mean by that is, when you're talking about a corporate issuer or a well-known issuer, 40 Act company, those kinds of things, we have a regulatory regime for all of those issues. So when you're dealing with a direct issuance, and this is why I don't like the word tokenization too much, because it often has this implication that some third party is going to put a basket of stuff somewhere and they're going to sell you that. But if you're actually the issuer, there's no real difference. It's just that you're now actually disintermediating a bunch of steps between the issue and yourself and can actually self-custody directly and go back to like the 1930s about how you actually could hold securities and manipulate securities. So, I think it comes closer to being a security-based swap when it's not the traditional issuer in the issuer word's sense.
Yeah.
Can I add just a quick point?
Good,
yeah, I think when we think about respect the other opinions on the panel entirely, but I think that when you're talking about tokenization, particularly of real world assets, a U.S. Treasury and a tokenized U.S. Treasury are one and the same thing. They are not two separate things. They are not a separation of their features or their functionality or the rights and obligations and conditions. They are one and the same, or at least that's the intent, and that's hopefully what comes out of the work and the discussion that we're having with the SEC and other regulatory authorities. And I think that's really important to understand. The technology applied to the tokenization of a real world asset is frankly in many ways no different to the dematerialization that occurred when we went from paper form to electronification form. There will be new tools, new ways of interacting with that asset. There'll be benefits, there'll be challenges that will need to be managed for sure. But a tokenized real world asset and a real world asset and its tokenized form are in point of fact one and the same, and therefore not adding any inherently different risks or governance or oversight activities that wouldn't be required of the asset itself. And that's why it's critically important that we think about it as the expression of the regulatory requirements, the shape of that asset, and the legal and contractual requirements on transferring it between parties is translated into a digital form. And that's really not more than that when we call it tokenization.
Excellent. So let's move on to the next topic. Starting with Johan. So can you walk us through some of the benefits of tokenization?
Yes, absolutely. I think we have been discussing a few of them already in the previous panel, but actually just because we discussed about financial inclusion, we do believe at Robinhood that tokenization can reduce a lot of the barrier for retail and advance the way for investors that are usually kind of excluded from the market to access sophisticated markets. We also think that it will encourage innovation in the industry in area like microfinance, tokenized remittances, local capital formation. And we do believe that, the financial inclusion will come also because of the fractionalization, like we discussed. That is something by default. And if you're trying to be a retail investor investing for the first time in a large stock like Amazon, having fractionalization will be something that is extremely important. There will be also the reduction of cost because we are removing middleware and middle men everywhere across the trade. And we also think that we will be able to increase competition. I don't know if any of you has tried to transfer from one brokerage to another and use the so-called ECAT system, but it will take multiple days. You don't really know what's happening. And because of this friction, many people just stick with a current broker. And so we think that with tokenization, we can actually make this process seamless, instant, and bring a lot more the power to customer to decide which broker they should use. So that's one aspect on the financial inclusion. And then some of the advantage that we discussed before were around the liquidity and market access. We think that offering 24/7 global access will reduce the reliance on the broker, on the market hours, and that's also something that will include more and more of the retail space when they can actually trade when they are not at work or when they are not blocked from using an application. There will also be cost and operational efficiency. So I know we talked a lot about real-time settlement before. T+0 is definitely something that is ambitious, but at the same time, the capital requirements that will be reduced because of this are extremely important, and also the credit risk. And so that will increase the competition in the market. That will allow more institutions to come in. And the worry around net settlement and things like this, like we discussed before, this can all be solved with the right implementation, with the right smart contract, with the right use of stable coin versus cash and this kind of thing. So, I think we need to be convinced that some of this problem can be solved with technology and not just stop there because we are worried about it. And then one of the two other points that we really care about is transparency and compliances. Blockchain provide a verifiable audit trail, which is something that is very important. Compliance rule like KYC, AML, and everything can be coded directly. We already do that for many of crypto transfer. And so it's something that is really easy to apply to tokenization of real world assets. And finally, I think the price discovery and capital formation is going to be one of the main key points. Tokenization will open new capital channels, and global marketplace will actually develop around it. We already see it in other places that have been a bit more advanced in tokenization, like in Hong Kong or in Singapore. And we see a lot more of this investor participation in that space.
Excellent. Joshua, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, so I am probably the odd person out on this whole day. I represent a VC, and we invest in startups that are building in the space, kind of rather than coming from kind of TradFi or at an operating company. And I guess I've been in the space for 8 years, and I used to kind of jokingly, when I would sit on panels, ask if there was anybody from the SEC in the audience, and so they caught me, and jokes on me, they've dragged me up here to ask me questions, but I think what that represents is a really incredible shift in the discussion opportunity. Basically, I've spent the last 8 years of my career trying to convince people that this is a real life technology. I believe it's a technology. And that it has real applications for capital efficiency and financial inclusion, and to expand, right? Not replace, but expand our financial rails, right? How we move capital assets across the globe. And so in light of that, I think Commissioner Crenshaw had some interesting questions, and I want to address some of those. So scalability, again, from the perspective of someone who's investing in this space for a long time, are blockchains as scalable as centralized repositories for trading activity? No, they're not. Not today. They're not as efficient. They're not as fast, right? But let's look at the trajectory of the technology over the last 10 years. So we're coming up on almost 10 years of Ethereum being a chain. Let me just use that as an example. Many people know it. When it first launched, we had a whopping transactions per second of 15. Just 15, not 15 anything else, just 15 transactions per second, which is paltry, right? Fast forward about 5 years later, we have the advent of rollups for that layer 1 blockchain, and that increased to about 1,000, right? 1,000 transactions per second. That sounds pretty good, but actually it's not, right? We're 100x at least that in terms of traditional financial markets. Today, 2025, we're looking at least experimentally, but increasingly in live scenarios, right? We're looking at 65 to 100,000 transactions per second. Right now, we're talking about actually being competitive with some of our centralized trading systems. That's really important. So yeah, today we're kind of still not there at a global scale, but again, as someone who has spent so much time trying to birth a new technology into the world, this is what we expect from technological progress, right? We expect things to get better over time, right? And I think that's going to be a theme, at least for me, for this panel, of trying to identify why there are benefits to be achieved from engaging with this technology and allowing this technology to facilitate the types of activity that we already do in traditional markets, and also new types of activity with new types of assets and new types of financial primitives. The other thing I want to talk about is settlement cycle. So is it a benefit? Is it a detriment, right? I appreciate that netting is something that traditional financial markets participants enjoy the use of today. I think a really important point made in the prior panel was the fact that what we are talking about with T+0 settlement is providing optionality for marketplace participants. Netting does provide efficiencies. It's helpful. It still requires margining, so it doesn't eliminate costs of trading. And there may be times where your preference for your ability to net out transactions over the course of some set period of time outweighs the cost of margining and collateral that is still required for that transaction, for that process. But wouldn't it also be great if you decided that you didn't want those costs of capital and you instead wanted to be able to transact atomically in instant settlement, right? So those are things that are very difficult to do when you have layers of intermediaries that are inserting themselves by necessity, right, in the execution, clearing, and settlement of transactions, right? What this technology enables is the automation of many parts of that system, right? We're enabling automated action that is taken by code, mathematics. That code doesn't have self-interest, doesn't have people that kind of work behind the scenes as you would have at a clearinghouse or a broker-dealer or a centralized exchange, right? That code is going to execute on the basis of rules and principles that have been built into the system, right? Surely there is benefit to being able to rely on the programmatic execution of processes in a financial trading market, right? And then, another point was, well, there's just not that many people who use these markets, these decentralized marketplaces, or engage with tokenized assets. That is true. In 1995, not that many people used the internet as well, right? And so again, we need to think about how this technology progresses. I would say that it's probably our preference and our best interest from regulating markets perspective that we not hope to engage with this technology once it is fully baked and we've answered all the questions, right? But instead, we come to the table now and enable some of the market participants today, like some of the panelists from, I was honestly really surprised to agree with many of the things that the panelists on the former panel said, right? People want to do this, and so we need to find regulatory solutions that enable participation in these types of ecosystems.
Thanks, Joshua. So we're going to go. So that's kind of laying the foundation for something we're going to talk about later. Now, before we get to the future, right, and what should happen next, let's talk about, we did a nice job summing up the benefits of tokenization. I think Sid wants to add something.
Yeah, I think just before we move on from the benefits, one of the things that I can talk about is just our practical experience tokenizing private credit. So we effectively have kind of two core products at Maple. Both involve secured lending to institutions, which is over collateralized by digital assets. But I think for one of the products that's available here in the US, what we're able to do by tokenizing these assets is to give the lenders, the capital providers, visibility real time into the performance of the portfolio. So one of the key benefits is transparency into both the performance of the loans as well as the collateral backing of the loans. Another thing is that we're able to settle these loans pretty well instantaneously. So we've actually done settlements of loans at 10 p.m. on a Saturday before. So we're not really constrained by the use of the banking system. And then the other element is liquidity. So people who provide capital into these forms of loans are generally able to get that capital back within 30 days. And that's because when somebody puts money into a pool, the loans are being repaid all the time. So a repayment from a loan can allow a redemption of capital, or a new deposit from somebody else can allow that redemption to occur. But the other interesting thing I thought I'd touch on is that we also have a version of this product that's indeed a little bit more relaxed from a DeFi perspective and is a little bit more DeFi native. This product is not available in the US. However, with this product, we can kind of see an A/B test being run in real time. So the product has secondary liquidity. So you're able to swap it on Uniswap, other decentralized exchanges. And this allows the user or the holder of that tokenized asset to get much better liquidity and the ability to redeem at a much faster rate than somebody who's in the other product, which is only limited to accredited investors. We've also seen an increase inclusion in that we often see deposits or inflows that might be $5 or $10 in size. So it does broaden access to more of a retail offshore market. And then we're actually able to see composability used in other DeFi protocols. So for anyone who's familiar with DeFi, there is a tool called Pendle. But what this allows you to do is to lock in fixed rates. So you can actually take this portfolio of private credit and then fix the rate that you're receiving from those loans. And then finally, one other point I would make is that you can actually take the tokenized asset and use it as collateral in DeFi borrowing markets. So another integration that exists is Morpho at the moment. And so we've seen over 50 million pledged as collateral to be borrowed. But it just goes to show that some of the utility when you actually enable this interoperability is more participation at smaller size, being able to lock in fixed rates, being able to use it as collateral, and being able to access secondary liquidity on these assets.
Gene, you have something to add?
Yeah, and it's a small detail, but I think it's an important detail. When we talk about fractionalizing shares or decimalizing shares, there's an aspect of an ETF involved here. In the past, if you wanted broad market access, you generally had to use an ETF, even hedge funds that do this. But with the actual fractionalization of shares, you can say, hey, these are the 70 QQQ stocks that I care about, not the 100. And I can actually only take $5,000 and get exposure exactly like that and self-custody it. That is a thing we haven't really had the ability to do before. And so I think often when we're talking about some of these high-level terms, it's important to understand what it's really going to enable people to do.
Excellent point. So let's talk about some of the risks and challenges of tokenization and then how regulation can help protect against these risks and challenges. Let's start off with Hillary. It's been a while.
Okay, I'll try and be brief because I got a lot.
So as I mentioned before, there's sort of two halves of this. There's the, are you going to do this on the permissionless public blockchain and the risks associated with that? And then there are the risks associated with the smart contracts, the programmability, the composability. So I'll start with the blockchain. So to a point that Angela already made, I mostly think that the heuristic of same activity, same risk, same rules makes sense. But when you're dealing with operational risks, that breaks down because new technologies do bring new risks. And there are a lot that we need to think about in the context of blockchains. Who maintains the blockchain software? Who are the validators? How are they regulated? Really, we have a whole infrastructure around regulating financial market utilities, particularly the PFMIs. I think the SEC really needs to look closely as to whether that's going to be applied to public permissionless blockchains if they are going to be infrastructure for real world transactions, which, as I said, I do not recommend. There's the challenge that using public permissionless blockchains brings in new intermediaries. We often hear about it eliminating intermediaries. It really doesn't. I mean, you can look even at DeFi where you have to trust, whoever's maintaining your blockchain, whoever's validating your transactions. You have to trust the oracles that are being consulted for data by the smart contracts. So there's a lot of intermediaries there. They're not always the ones that we're traditionally used to regulating. They're also ones that may not even be obvious or visible. So I think there's a lot of risk associated with those new intermediaries who need to be addressed. I think Commissioner Crenshaw did a good job of talking about all the challenges that come from using these blockchains in terms of eliminating netting. I think there's sort of this sense that faster is always better and 24/7 transacting is always good. You can protect individual investors, but individual investors are all going to be harmed if the system collapses. And those kind of efficiencies in good times breed a lot of fragilities for bad times. We've seen time and time again when there's financial crises that pauses are the moments where you can stop, collect, fix things. I think if we eliminate all the pauses, then that's something that we'll come to regret. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get to the risks associated with smart contracts as well. There's also the issue of, Josh mentioned that scalability is getting better with blockchains. A lot of what's happening there is stuff happening off the blockchain. I think there are limitations on how scalable the blockchains themselves can become simply because they have to be inefficient or else it's too easy for the bad guys to take them over. So what we're seeing is lots of links between blockchains to try and create liquidity. And that's usually done by way of APIs. And so APIs also introduce a ton of operational risks. They are usually the most vulnerable from cybersecurity perspectives. They can also transmit problems from one chain to another. So that's another locus of operational risk that I think we need to be very careful about if we are going to put real world assets on any kind of public permissionless blockchain. So now I'm going to shift a little bit and talk about the risks associated with the programmability aspect, the smart contracts. So here, what you're trying to do is essentially pre-program for all future states of the world, and there is always uncertainty, right? And we have seen time and time again that when things are going wrong, a little bit of discretion, a little bit of grace, a little bit of flexibility is often necessary, even on sort of small scale interpersonal or sort of party-to-party transactions, but especially at the systemic level, if things are going that big. Margin calls, if you automated them without allowing for any kind of intervention, could, in some circumstances, precipitate a full-blown meltdown. So we need to think, again, about the trade-offs between efficiency and fragility from pre-programming all of our transactions. There are sort of ways you can deal with that. You can have the smart contracts sort of reach out to an oracle, which is a data source, and that oracle could be used to pause transacting in the smart contracts. But that's going to require a lot of regulatory intervention with regards to the oracles, and that's something that I think the SEC needs to think about. There's also the financial stability risks of integrating traditional finance and crypto. Typically, crypto busts have been
sort of kept contained within the crypto ecosystem. I worry that with more and more integrated products that sort of, where a smart contract is sort of used to link a traditional financial asset with a crypto asset, that we're in a position to transmit risks within the very volatile crypto ecosystem into traditional finance more easily. One last thing, and then I'll stop, even though I could go on. I want to talk a little bit about fractionalization, because we hear a lot of talk about how tokenization enables this. Well, we've had fractionalization before. I mean, it's more or less securitization. And what we've seen is that when you sell pieces of assets rather than the whole asset, you can have a lot of liquidity problems, because it's not always easy to map ownership of a piece of the asset onto the broader asset. And what that means is that in times of panic, people aren't going to be able to be sure that they have title to the full asset. They're only going to have title to their piece. Well, what's a bankruptcy court going to do with that? If I'm unsure, I'm going to panic. I'm going to start selling it at a discount. That's going to press down market prices. Then we could have spillover effects. So, there are individual risks in all of this, but I really think it's critical that the SEC put on its sort of market financial stability hat as well as it looks at all of these and sees the fragilities that are the trade-offs for the efficiencies that are being marketed.
Thanks, Hillary. So I know we have a couple of operators here who've been working in this space, thinking about these issues for years. So I'm going to get at least two. Let's start with Sid, because I already told you I'm going to call you for this. So let's start with Sid, and then maybe who wants to raise their hand for next, then Georgia. Okay, so Sid and then Georgia.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some notable risks to tokenization that Hillary touched on. I think the ones that are kind of most evident to me as an operator in the space would be fragmentation of liquidity. We find this a lot when we're looking at which blockchains to deploy assets or our lending to. Most of our lending is currently done on Ethereum mainnet. So that's kind of where 90% of the volume lies today. And if we deploy on other blockchains, then we risk shrinking the business because we have all of the liquidity on Ethereum mainnet and not on, let's say, Solana or Avalanche or whichever other chain we're looking at. So I think this obviously poses a problem if you have one type of asset that's significantly less liquid on another chain, and that's going to be problematic for the holders. I will say that we are starting to see the market kind of take care of this problem. There's a few teams, notably Layer 0, Chainlink, Wormhole, who are trying to create interoperability between blockchains. And presently, we're evaluating all of these solutions, but I think we have decided on one. But where we will play this out in a real-time experiment will be the offshore private credit product that we have. We are going to be bridging that to different chains, and so I think this is an example of hopefully the fragmentation of liquidity becoming less of a problem through technical solutions that are being provided. I think the other notable area, though, where we see challenges with tokenization is, I was going to touch on the discrepancy between on-chain and off-chain records. This is definitely important. As Hillary noted, you might have title which lies off-chain on a legal record, but somebody else holding the token which they've purchased either OTC or they might have purchased on a decentralized exchange. I think this is one. This is a problem that we have encountered firsthand. So we have tokens which are not transferable that represent an interest in private credit loans, and then we have another version of this product which is transferable but similarly represents an interest in a portfolio of loans. But that product carries less rights with it because it's very difficult to attach the rights to tokens themselves. So I'd say this is an area where regulation can be very beneficial in assisting innovation in the space. If you're able to find a way to attach rights to tokenized assets, then I think that would be very important because it will just allow the two to operate in harmony. So you won't have a contract that says one thing and an asset that's being used on the blockchain that operates in a different kind of way. And then the other thing I would say is rule of law versus rule of blockchain. So we have legal contracts that govern the loans that we do. And then, of course, we settle the loans on chain using stablecoins. So here you have the actual rule of law is applicable to the underlying rights of a lender in what we do. And I think it's very important to find a way to either codify that on chain or recognize and again, once again, link that to the tokenized asset itself. And the other point, just circling back to liquidity, I think if you're able to enable transferability of assets in a much simpler way, so this probably gets to KYC frameworks and how that needs to be done. For example, if I want to pledge a tokenized asset as collateral, and then the person that I'm pledging it to needs the right to be able to sell that, it's going to be much more beneficial if they can obtain a liquid price for that asset rather than needing to go through, a much smaller segment of potential buyers that they have already KYC'd. And I'm talking about the use of decentralized exchanges in that instance. So I think that gets more to how we treat KYC when it comes to the, KYC and AML regulation when it comes to these assets. But those are just a few of the points that I've noticed actually operating in this space.
Excellent. Georgia?
Yes, so just in the spirit of fulsome discussion, I was going to give a few counters to some of the risks raised by the use of public permissionless blockchains. And so just a few points that I'd like to raise are, Bitcoin is a blockchain and it's been around for a while. And I think it's had less than 1 hour of downtime in the 14 years that it's been running. Number two is that public blockchains offer a better audit surface and transparency and resilience to insider risk. So transparency actually is the feature, not the bug. And when blockchains fail, it is public and it is noisy and it causes a commotion, but we know about it. And the public can come in and make changes and remedy the situation, leading to a stronger and more resilient blockchain. What happens when private systems fail is, well, I don't know, actually, because I get a letter in the mail like 2 years later from my bank saying, well, something bad happened and here's a subscription to Lock Life, hope it helps. Also, I think another thing to really keep in mind is that our economy really runs on open cryptographic infrastructure. Like our whole world, frankly, our information systems. So like the internet, TLS, SSL, Chromium, Firefox, WebKit, Linux, all these are open infrastructure, are open cryptographic infrastructure. So we do have test cases of this. I know there was concern about APIs, and APIs are a risk vector, absolutely, no question. But our financial system already uses hundreds of thousands of APIs. Swift is basically an API. And then I think finally, the most important point I want to make about all these risks, which I am not trying to make light of, I am just pointing out some mitigants, are that I think the strongest mitigant is when we talk about tokenized securities, we talk about an infrastructure that has these smart contracts on top that aren't running headless amok, but do have a tokenization agent to write and administer them to ensure that when the bad things happen, there is someone to be held accountable, but also to remedy the wrongs.
Excellent. So I know Angela and then Kelly. So let's make sure we can talk, we can respond, but let's also give recommendations. It could be that the market will fix certain risks. They'll be mitigated that way, or maybe you need regulations to get them. So let's make sure we touch on that.
Okay, so I recently put worst case scenarioist in my X bio. So that's what I think about. You might have noticed that Hillary, I think, does as well. My concerns about the risks of these public blockchain systems, which it's very interesting to me because I've been in this space for a long time now. Started researching in about 2012 and have been through the discussions with the about what's going to happen with the financial sector moving its all of its record keeping onto blockchains. And the 2016 time, it was all about it's going to be on permissioned ledgers. And so there was a whole flurry of building there, and public blockchains are far too scary. And today we're sitting here in 2025, and the tone of the first roundtable was very much that, well, duh, of course we'll get all these benefits of tokenization, and we'll just use this awesome record keeping system that is there, these public blockchains. And there was a hint, I think, towards the end of the first panel about some of the risks of the public blockchains, but it was very much kind of glossed over. And I wrote about using public blockchains as financial market infrastructure way back in 2015. And I pointed out to these operational risks that exist within how software is developed in public blockchains, the maintenance of them, how they deal with emergencies and things like that. And so why am I up here beating a dead horse? Because these things haven't changed. Okay, what's changed is the perception of public blockchains as legitimate. And we know that they've been here now for 15 years, and therefore they must be legitimate. They've had limited downtime during that time. Well, I would assert that just because they've endured a long time does not mean they're legitimate. Just like I would say for me, just because I've endured as a researcher for a long time doesn't mean I'm legitimate. You have to look at what I'm saying, right? So I would analogize what we're doing by saying, okay, well, they've been here long enough so we can put all of the financial system record keeping on them, to kind of building a bridge and letting a bunch of kids play on the bridge with their little toys and their doll carriages and everything like that, and then saying, okay, it's been here 15 years and nobody felt the bridge held up, so we're going to start driving Mack trucks over it now. Okay, it's a whole huge weight that we are wanting to put on these systems with the record keeping. Hillary did a great job highlighting a number of the operational risks. I would just like to make them a bit more concrete for you. So I just would like to say that Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana are kind of, big blockchains. The first two particularly have been around a long time. And we just heard, and I apologize, I can't see everybody's name up here. Georgia, we just heard Georgia talk about how things are public when things go wrong, and you can know what's going on and you can make adjustments. But that is not true based on the history of these public blockchains. Bitcoin had its secret bug fix in 2018, where some core developers and a few validators miners who they contacted individually noticed an inflation bug in the code that they fixed and did not tell anybody what was in this upgrade that the select miners ran, right? Before it was announced weeks later that this had occurred, okay? Could have been catastrophic for the blockchain. People couldn't make their own decisions in real time, gave a lot of power to those people who are in the know, who could have definitely, traded on that information. Same thing happened with Zcash. This time it was a flaw in the cryptography. This was around 2019, I think, where again, there was a secret bug fix amongst very few developers and validators who knew about this. Nobody else did, could have decimated the system. And lest you think these are old problems, I think I was just checking before we came on, there's a May 5th article about what happened in Solana this month, where there was, again, a catastrophic flaw in the cryptography used in, I believe, in there's zero knowledge proofs, that a select number of developers and a select group of validators that they invited in made the bug fix, updated the network with it, didn't tell anybody what was going on until it was already resolved. Now, of course, this is probably a rational way of governing these systems, right? Where you want people responding in an emergency who know what to do rather than let the system go down. But the people who are doing this have no obligations. Like I've argued for years, they should be treated as fiduciaries because they're caretakers of the system, but we persist in acting as if these systems are not controlled by or maintained by, or that humans do not have critical roles in operating them. And finally, I just want to make one other point about our assumptions about the stability of blockchain systems have to do a lot with our belief that the game theory that is embedded in these systems is adequate to regulate them. Okay, so as long as the game theory works, then you don't have any people who can take advantage of things, who can attack the system. Like it will always be protected and stable, right? The stability of these systems is why we think tokenization and using all financial record keeping, doing all financial record keeping on them is a good idea. But assuming that the game theory will work assumes that the system is closed and is not vulnerable to changes that occur outside the system in the real world, right? Thus changing all the incentives within the system. And just as one example of this that has become a huge deal across all blockchain systems that was not anticipated was the phenomenon of MEV, which was called minor extractable value initially. It's now taken on a new name, maximal extractable value. But I want to focus on just the miners or validators who are in this position. And basically, it was assumed that miners would only be paid within the system. But once they start taking payments outside of the system, right, that changes the incentives within the system. Once you start building layers, layer 2s and probably layer 3s and layer 16s at some point on this, that changes all the incentives at each of the levels along the way, right? So they become less predictable, and predictability with your record keeping of the entire financial system is kind of an important asset. I have many more things to say, but I will stop.
Okay. Yeah, I know everyone has something to say. So Kelly is going to have the last word on this. And the last question of the day will get at this very dialogue we're having right now. I promise you we'll come back. So Kelly, go. Then we're going to have one more topic, and we're going to come back.
Okay, and I'll try and be quick. I was just thinking about. I think there's some excellent points that have been made, and we are in the privileged position of getting the opportunity to work with a number of financial market participants. Many of them, the large market FMIs that are doing real world implementations with this technology now. And so I thought I'd just add a couple of comments on what's driving that and what, I don't know if they're really benefits or risks. I think it is absolutely appropriate to suggest that any new technology, any new operating system or operating activity of any point in time, if there are human beings involved in it, it is going to require some level of new governance or assessment of risk and the like. And so there's nothing about this that would actually change that. I'm also conscious of what I heard in my head when Commissioner Crenshaw spoke earlier of, be careful of the adage that when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And so when I bring it back to thinking about what are those real world implementations and what risks or benefits or opportunities and challenges are they managing, what's emerging. Much of the discussion in the last panel focused on collateral management. It was near and dear to my heart. I ran collateral management securities clearing at JP Morgan for over a decade, including around the crisis. So plenty of stories that talk about what technology failed at that time and the countless things we can do to improve it. But when you think about 24/7 markets and collateral mobility and the opportunity to tokenize the highly liquid real world assets. Well, just to give you a statistic, there are 255 trillion or those of marketable securities in the world that are in demand for use as collateral in lending and as margin and the like. Only 28 trillion, which I realize is an enormous number, but only 28 trillion of the 255 is currently being used. That's about 11% of the market. I'm not arguing that, or the projects that we're working on isn't to suggest that, well, let's get to 97, 99% of that, but even doubling that amount has the important benefit of unlocking capital efficiency, liquidity, and financing on a real world and a global scale. And when you can have access to liquidity with transparency, not without privacy, but with transparency, where you know where your assets are being held and what they can be used as to meet collateral obligations, what they can be used to generate in terms of credit or liquidity, that improves market resiliency. So none of these projects are marching towards that with unbridled, sort of misplaced enthusiasm for let's throw out all of the rule book and go towards this wonderful new 24/7 operating model. But it is about having a much more calm, controlled way of looking at the world and saying, if I can unlock and mobilize assets to be unbounded by traditional settlement, sort of these exogenous batch processing, cutoff time settlement systems, and give market participants access to be able to use their assets to generate liquidity and capital efficiency around the globe, that has a much more solid, stable, systemic effect on the stability of global financial market operating activities. There is also operating efficiency. I think when most people got into blockchain and most initiatives that we work with, there was a level of focus on the operating efficiency and sort of eking out those manual processes that are still really defined in the post-trade space. Many of the efficiency, the market advancements that we can reflect on for the last 2 or 3 decades were largely around the pre-trade and the trade, the execution efficiency and the creation of new products and services, and left to sort of the sneaker brigade or the legions of people to deal with it from a post-trade perspective. There was a recent report that was done by the Value Exchange and DTCC, Christian's organization from the last panel, on corporate actions, which I realize might be, as exciting as mud in terms of activities in the post-trade space, but is one area of the post-trade market that is just highly inefficient. And what that study showed is that an average single U.S. corporate action had 1.1 million interactions with it across the industry. There were 1.1 instances of that corporate action needing some form of intervention or action on it. And when you extrapolate that into the 600 or 1,000 or so U.S. corporate actions that occur per annum in the year, that meant that there was about 400 billion worth of cost associated with it, 160 billion of which was deemed to be duplicative, unnecessary, manual activities. And so, I think about what Commissioner Crenshaw gave us as sort of a warning system, but what Commissioner Peirce gave us as a challenge to pursue those opportunities. It goes back to thinking about, and for all that we're all talking about here, it goes back to thinking about the issuer and the investor. And ultimately, can the issuer get access to debt and equity capital markets for their organization in a more efficient, more real-time, longer, more global way, in a way that's public and can access more investors into their organization? And can you run the time frame and the activities between issuance and investing in a way that returns more of that yield, whatever the market will bear, to the ultimate investor? And so when I think about corporate actions and the work that DTCC and Value Exchange did, who wouldn't want that 160 billion to be taken out of the market and returned ultimately to the investors? So I think it's good and sobering to think of every new technology, every change in operating system to be one that should be taken with humility and reverence for the rule books that exist and the decades of regulation and the decades of market activity that have gotten us to a different point, and to be aware of those risks, but to not let that prevent the pursuit of transformation and the opportunity to eke out waste and inaction and inefficiency so that you ultimately can get to a better and more efficiently operating capital markets for the issuers, and an opportunity for the taking on that risk to be returned more to an investor. And those are what we see in the real world projects that are existing from a production implementation now for our technology.
Perfect. And that was a perfect segue, I'm sorry, Johan, in talking about the sandbox that Commissioner Peirce talked about last week in her speech. So you can give some thoughts about what your impressions were and generally how you think of that type of approach to getting to the benefits of tokenization while also balancing against potential risks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we welcome the proposal for a sandbox environment, which will actually provide the firms with the ability to tokenize securities on a level playing field. And I think this level playing field definition is important because we see a lot more participants in the market starting to create some kind of tokenized securities. And I think it's going to be important at some point that we are all acting under the same rule. Uh, Overall, we support market integrity rules, and we really welcome the SEC to act quickly to move from the sandbox to an actual durable regulatory framework that will provide the regulatory certainty that we all need to participate in the space. But I think instead of adopting a formal regulatory sandbox structure, it might make sense to organically create a sandbox by providing targeted market-wide exemptive relief aiming at alleviating the pain points that are preventing tokenization from taking flight. I think if you look at other sandboxes that have been created in Europe, for example, the DLT program has never really taken off because of many limitations in place and the number of participants that could come in, the amount that they could actually trade on it, and other limitations really prevented the program to become this real A/B testing that we were looking for when it was announced. And so we think that such relief might address, custody requirements under the customer protection rule, whether digital asset can be allowable assets and required haircuts under the net capital rule. And things like this. The other aspect that we think is important with the sandbox is that it's going to encourage market participants to experiment and take risk, the risks that are necessary for the tokenization of securities to become a reality. But we overall think that any exemptive relief should be conditioned on compliance with requirements aimed at investor protection. Things like anti-fraud, anti-manipulation disclosure, reporting requirements. If we want the sandbox to work, it has to be safe. We heard multiple worries just today, so we need to make sure that the sandbox take care of them. But overall, we think that the sandbox is a temporary measure until Congress develop a permanent legislative framework for tokenization.
Georgia?
Thank you. Yes, well, first of all, I heard I wasn't supposed to call it a sandbox, but we definitely welcome, some sort of temporary exemptive relief with respect to tokenized securities. I think one thing that I'd like to point out is just, I don't think we need a lot of exemptive relief on the 33 Act. Like, we all agree these are securities. So we've got pretty good frameworks for the disclosures and the issuance of securities, and like we've been saying, like the tokenization of them does not change their essence, but we would need to see a little relief with respect, or at least just clarity with respect to the custody and trading, and specifically when we're talking about atomically settling these trades where NMS regulations really are not fit for purpose, and even just clarity around the ATS requirements and what would be needed with respect to atomically settled transactions. And then thinking through custody on these certain exchanges. Do you want to allow omnibus? Do you want to require atomic settlement? What kind of risks and rewards do we have? Maybe, I'm a big fan of choice. So I think allowing, investors to choose the type of settlement cycle. I think Joshua mentioned settlement cycle, and I think settlement cycle is a choice. I feel like investors should be able to choose based on the risks and rewards of, T+2, T+1, T+0, whatever really suits their needs. And it's not my job to make that decision. I don't think it's the commission's job to make that decision for investors either. So yeah, ultimately, wrapping this up, sorry. I think we are very supportive, and we just want to be clear that, again, these are securities, so we still need to treat them like securities.
Josh?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we could spend a lot of time debating the measure of catastrophe associated with certain blockchain failures. I think that is pretty generous, but we've seen very consistent performance across major blockchains for a number of years. The fact that BlackRock and Apollo and Franklin Templeton are comfortable engaging with these systems, you would expect that they don't just kind of like make those decisions haphazardly. And from our perspective, we have spent a lot of time thinking about how these systems are actually built to be very robust, right? So there are updates to blockchains, but they happen in coordination across disparate participants, not centralized actors. And that changes things, right? Because you don't have one entity controlled by one group of people making changes that aren't in the public eye. And so I think like that is really important to keep in mind. Now the question is, how do you? So we could debate that. I think the reality of the circumstance is that even if the all due respect to being in the SEC right now, thank you for having me. The SEC is not going to be capable of regulating blockchain validators as intermediaries, even if they wanted to. It's global technology. It's not going to happen. But the question is, so what can you do? Well, what you can do is, particularly with respect to tokenized securities, right, which is squarely within the commission's purview, is you can regulate the intermediaries that want to engage. So you're talking about transfer agents and broker dealers, right? What you can do is you can put requirements on transfer agents and broker dealers to get informed consent from their clients around trading digital assets in public blockchains. They can have some type of kind of diligence requirement that requires them to understand the structural components of the public blockchains that they engage with and work in, right? You can give market participants the opportunity to have choice to determine whether they want to engage with a new technology, right? In the grand scheme of things, I like Kelly was throwing around some really massive numbers, which is amazing. I just like those are too big for my brain because my industry is a $3 trillion industry, not like a $250 trillion industry, right? But in the grand scheme of things, these ecosystems are not going to be systemically risky to the rest of the financial ecosystem, but they do provide opportunities for market participants to engage with technology and take advantage of the technological advancements to do new things that the systems provide. You can enable transfer agents to you can free them up to use the programmability of the technology to ease the burden of some of the record keeping requirements and some of the custody requirements, again, around tokenized securities, right? Tokenized securities are not bare assets. They're permissioned, right? The transfer agent, or maybe I like tokenization agent as well, they can provide the top layer infrastructure that enables issuing permission securities even in permissionless ecosystems. And so those are things that the commission can engage with, that we can create sandboxes, sorry, I forget what we're supposed to call it, but sandboxes around, right, that enable participants who are technologically capable and interested in engaging in this ecosystem to do in a way that is relatively safe. Every technology has failure modes. Every technology is imperfect and in a state of growth and kind of improvement over time. And so we could debate about what the margins are for blockchain systems, but I think what's more helpful is providing ways to engage that enable us to continue to grow with this technology.
Thank you. So we have about 5 minutes left. So my final question, and this was brought on both by the dialogue we had here and what I saw earlier. So it seems to me you have folks with very different views about how to move forward based on their industries, whether they come from TradFi or Disruptor, whether they're academic, etc. And so, if the goal is finding a way out of here, I'd like a few people to comment on, from the SEC's perspective, if you're getting input that's totally different, right? We can have this roundtable we were here for a couple of hours, but I think that discussion probably could have went on for probably 8 more hours, right? So what's the most efficient way for the SEC to get the varied feedback and have that debate so that it has it in mind as it's trying to move forward? Angela will start.
I've been thinking about this for a while as well, and it's true, we have very different perspectives on things. And one of the things that has most concerned me about the discussion and the process of thinking through what regulation should be and whether there should be regulation at all has been, a disagreement based on the facts, right? Like there is a fundamental disagreement about what the facts about the technology are, which is so weird to me that we're here and we still are disagreeing about the facts. But as far as a way to move forward, I've suggested this since 2020, 2021. It sounds really corny, but because this is such a hard issue and it is potentially extremely consequential, the more that I guess crypto assets themselves are being used, but also the movement potentially of much of our financial system onto a new financial market infrastructure of public blockchains. Something like a Manhattan Project where we all hole up in a room for several months and actually get people from all perspectives in there, the industry builders, critics, academics, scientists, economists, and I want to be there too, and hash it out in a productive way, ideally.
Gene?
So I think one of the important things to note is that not all of these technologies are implemented the same. A lot of the risks people are talking about are very particularly Ethereum risks, which is kind of a generation 2 blockchain. And I think the key point, the thing I think the SEC should keep in mind is who's the man behind the curtain. Because a lot of these technologies proclaim that they are decentralized, and the running joke is Dino decentralized in name only. But when it is truly decentralized, when there truly is no single party and everyone understands how that process works, I mean, if you want to hear scary technology upgrade things, let me tell you about SSL. So, I think that the regulatory regime, and I will echo something from the earlier comment panel, interoperability, yes, between traditional and blockchain. Interoperability between blockchains is actually an unsolved mathematical problem. So when you actually sit down with cryptographers, there's hope that things like zero knowledge proofs might work here. But I don't know that there's a way that you can bridge a securitized a token security from one blockchain to another without a license from the SEC of some sort. So, it's an interesting and problematic item that we need to think about, who has that control, who is the man behind the curtain. I think that's the guiding light for where there should be regulation and where there maybe not should be regulation.
Kelly?
Yep, actually, I agree with Gene's point. When I think about what, this is an awesome opportunity, but with that comes an awesome responsibility. And I think the best thing that the SEC and other supervisory authorities around the globe can give to those of us in the industry is a set of principles. So it's a set of principles that have to be incorporated into solutions or into the design of the technology itself. And a couple that I'd offer that we take with great seriousness and great humility at Digital Asset are, yes, public. If I had said all of you, good news, we're all going to get in a room together here and form an ecosystem. But first, what you have to do is, that would be great, and we'd all have a good public market. But first, what you have to do is take all your IRA statements and your brokerage reports, and we're going to post them on the wall, and everybody gets to see everything. And there's a group of people sitting in that room over there. You won't know who they are, but they're going to be the validators who will decide what you can actually buy and sell. And it would be laughable, right? So it's equally laughable to assume that that type of evolution of technology or product or asset in the securities markets for this market and for the markets around the globe is the right way to go. So I think it's about getting to a set of principles that can be reflected. Public, yes, but privacy and permission is critically important. The financial markets rely on it, and it must be consistent in any solutions that go forward.
Well, that was a high and productive way to end it. So I'll end it there. So thank you so much to all my fabulous panelists. This was a very lively discussion. So thank you so much for your engagement.
This is a bit of a Manhattan Project light, or Project Light over here, these roundtables. We've been trying to gather different voices, and unfortunately, we can't kidnap you for months at a time. But if I could, I would love to do that. So thank you again to our panelists, and thank you, Tiffany. You did a wonderful job moderating. Applause again, come on. So I really appreciated the conversation around risk on this panel, both the commentary on the risks that we may not be fully considering and the mitigating factors that can reduce those risks. For most of my career, I've worked closely with prospectus disclosures. And in every prospectus I have ever written or reviewed, there are pages of risks. What this illustrates is that the goal of financial regulation is not to get to zero risk. In fact, it would be a bit reckless to create a regulatory framework where the price of entry is a demonstration of zero risk. The benefit of conversations like these are they help us understand risks so we can create regulatory frameworks that are consistent with our agency's mandate and statutorily appropriate consideration of risk. The benefits of ideas like a regulatory sandbox are they help us pressure test frameworks so that we don't go from children playing on a bridge to a Mack truck driving on it. This conversation has given me a lot to think about, and I hope we can have continued engagement from the panelists and the public on some of the great points that were brought up today. Please provide any feedback you have on the Crypto Task Force webpage. I will pitch it every single time I'm at this mic. We have a great written input web form where you can provide any analysis that you've done or any thoughts that you have. And we hope that you'll join us for our final panel or our final roundtable on DeFi and the American Spirit on June 9th here to end our spring sprint towards crypto clarity. I think we're basically there. So one more roundtable is going to do it and we'll be done. So thank you all very much and have a great rest of your evening.
Okay. So what do we see? There's going to be another one. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the follow button. I'll be back on for that. That's for sure. June something. Gene's coming on. He's doing a live stream. If you have questions for him, DM me. I'm putting together a little pre-stream prep for the man Gene. Confirmed though. Confirmed with the man himself. Super cool to see him up there with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and all those Karens up there. They weren't all Karens, but you know what I'm saying. Total view X 4,193 live viewers. I don't think that's right, but it's crazy. And 65 on YouTube. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Crypto's about to boom. The stock market is going bananas. There's crazy, this is what happens, guys. This is what happens. Oh, Coinbase Global will join the S&P 500. Stuff like this is going to happen all over the place. It's just going to be one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. Coinbase coin to join S&P 500. Just in 2.8 trillion asset manager, Goldman Sachs reduces U.S. recession odds by 35%. It's all going to happen. It doesn't matter what the words are that they're saying. Oh, here we go. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he was laughed at for converting his paycheck into crypto. All I can say is now, who's laughing, right? It'll be one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. Because it's inevitable anyway. I'm not saying that Bitcoin's going to go to 300K or even 200K or whatever. But keep your panties on and keep your soy boy bullcrap needle neck Twitter fingers away from any exchanges. There's gonna be fake outs along the way, but it's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be constant news. XRP's trash, by the way. Anyone who watches this, XRP is trash nugget. And they dump on your head and it's horrible. And they SEC crush them and it's a security and it's not. Blah. So just go ahead and New York. And my goal is to remain the same as one day crypto will be all over the globe. Oh, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. It's like, well, whatever this is, but we're just having a good time with it. We're having a great time. Crypto in the morning might be live tomorrow, might not. Hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm going to try to do as much honest content on some decently intellectually stimulating things rather than complete nonsense meme coins squealing horrible. No, I'm not saying all meme coins. You know what I mean. Just the whole. Let's try to keep it intellectually friendly. Crypto's moving forward. Let's get it, guys. Crypto in the evening. I just stream for hours. So make sure you show some love. Hit the like, subscribe. Boom. Talk to you later, guys. Have a great one. Peace out. Biceps in the chat.